Where is studio mode? This is really ticking me off. Here we go. All right. Hey, at least it's a HD mic. I mean camera. HD mic. I don't know what I'm talking about. So this is the late night rant. What do I have to talk about now? Let's talk about relationships. Let's talk about why it's always one person in the relationship that wants one thing, and then the other person in the relationship seems to don't really want anything at all. Why is the cat always chasing the mouse, or the dog chasing the cat? It's either or, right? What's going on? Oh, you can't even see my face like this in the camera. Yeah, let me go ahead and move this camera around about right. Chill. I'm gonna move it around. And now, yeah, I know. I get it. 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 Um, yeah, this is a bad habit of mine. I do plan to, give it up pretty soon. I'm gonna go on a fast. But let's get back to the relationships, right? You're in a relationship and you're either one or the other. Either you're the one that's trying to make the relationship work, or you're the one who is being nagged about what you need to do different or what you need to. So if you look at it from a third person perspective, like you're on the outside looking in, not the individual is wrong. So it's not a right or wrong situation. It's not this person is wrong because they won't give me the attention that I want, right? And that person isn't wrong for being themselves, right? Although we both, or you both, are going to look at each other and say she's wrong for, or he or she is wrong for accusing me of not having affection, and the other individual is like he or she is wrong for not giving me the affection or whatever it is that you're looking for, right? It's always something that you want from this person that you just can't get. Whether it's their time, whether it's their commitment, you don't want them sleeping around with someone else. Of course, that's the extreme. Let's just stick to the subtle, the before it gets to that far, right? Before it gets to the point where you lose so much interest in each other to where you want to be with other people. Let's just assume that you both really love just each other. Your interest is not to be with someone else. As a matter of fact, if someone came to offer you, let's say you felt neglected in the relationship and someone else came along to offer you that, you would much rather, you would actually turn the other person down and say, "Excuse me, nah, that's not really. I don't. I want that, but I just don't want that from you. I want that from the person that I'm with, that I'm not getting that from, right? That's how, that's I'm just gonna assume that most cases that's what it is. You don't want that from someone else. You want that from the person that you're with, and that's why you're with them. You made that decision to settle down with this one person. But this is constant battle between the two that exists. This opposition. In other words, where is the harmony? Now, all relationships aren't the same. There's no way for me to like say all relationships. Even if I was to try to look at my personal experiences, it would be biased to my personal experiences because I'm the same person, even though I may have been in several relationships, long-term relationships. In each one of those relationships, I was me. I was maybe a different version of myself. Of course, when I was younger, I thought different. I had different thinking patterns, had different behavior, different habits. I still have some of the same habits, but I don't drink as I'm drinking now. It's been a while since I've drank. Used to drink every day. Now it's like, and I'm drinking champagne. I'm not drinking what I used to drink is that hard stuff, liquor, licking bed. But what? Let me look at the camera. What is it about this individual that attracted you to them when you first met them? What was it? Maybe if you could answer that question before you jump, to conclusions. Maybe you could learn something, right? In some cases, the relationship just ain't gonna work, right? If a person is hurting you, it's to the extreme. They sleeping around. That's clear. But in a situation where it's like it's up in the air, you don't know, you feel like you feel a personal attraction for this person that you haven't ever felt before for anyone else, right? Let's just assume that. I'm speaking from my experience. But then you're unsure if that person feels the same way about you. And they know that you would like for them to express themselves to you, but they withhold that information to you, leaving you to guess. Is that a sign that person doesn't share or want to share that type of harmony or connection with you, or is it something else? Does it have to do with their past and what they're used to? But then it goes back to what attracted you to that person in the first place. Was it the fact that you were willing to ignore particular things that you would normally be displeased with? You was willing to ignore that and only focus on exactly what you want. I wouldn't say exactly, but the root of what attracted you to them is what you saw with your two eyes, right? You saw that person, you was attracted to them, you know, you felt them for the first time, and they was attracted to you. You felt appreciated. You felt appreciated when you haven't felt appreciated in so long, especially if you've been in a relationship that was emotionally abusive. And when I say emotionally abusive, whenever a person makes you feel worthless or makes you feel unwanted, or they tell you that they don't want you and that they want someone else, and that person that they chose is better than you, that's emotional abuse. Because for you to hear something like that from someone you've already given your all to, or you feel like you've given your all to, and you wouldn't dare tell them that because you feel like, man, I wouldn't, even if I felt like that, I wouldn't tell them that because, man, that's, you know, that would hurt. For someone to express that to you, and then you go some time, you know, not healing. You know, we always say, yeah, I'm just gonna move on, but really we hold on to the things that we cherish the most. And even if it hurts us, you know, we still remember that, hey, that person who I had feelings for, who I committed to, they really socked it to me. They really socked it to me. They really didn't even care. They did it while they were laughing. And it's just like, wow, they really stabbed me in my heart. Not in my back, but in my heart, like in my face. And you go through that motion day after day after day, trying to forget, striving to forget about it, and doing things and making bad decisions just to cover over the pain. You know, you might even get hooked on drugs just so you can mask over the pain that you have to experience every day by day, only for this person to hit you up, you know, and do the same thing all over again. Remind you of how much of a loser that you are. Call you a bum, you know. Like, tell you that you had children with this person, and they even use that against you and say, the person I'm with is a better father than you, or a better mother than you. Like, you have to deal with this. This is me speaking from my personal experience. And then, you know, a year passes by, and you tired of taking it out on yourself. You know, you pick yourself up and you say, you know what, I'm gonna just take a trip. And you leave everything behind. You don't even have a plan. The plan is, I just want to get away from all of the bad memories. I just want to get away from everything everything that was taken away from me, all of the pain that I had to go through. I just want to let it go and go somewhere that's going to help me forget about all of that stress, all of that pressure. And so you do that, and you realize, I mean, the second you do it, the minute that you do it, I mean, before you even get there, as you're on the bus, and you're traveling to this new place, you you feel like a huge weight has been lifted off of your heart, and you feel a sense of urgency to just be, but it's just happening, so you're not really sure what you really getting into, but you know that you made somehow, you made the right decision, and then you finally get there, and it's a busy city. It's too busy for you to care about the past that you have just left. And even though you was hooked on drugs that usually people don't ever get off of, even though you was hooked, you had no urge to even think about that. It didn't even come to your mind. When it came to your mind, you just brushed it off. Matter of fact, you tried it one more time, and it was like, this is why I don't do this. And that was the last time you were able to instantly leave everything behind, including behaviors that were so self-destructive, all because of this toxic and emotional abusive relationship that you didn't even know was abusive and toxic. You didn't even think of it as that. You just was going through it, not realizing that you are finally on your journey to see things change, to see yourself in a different light. And then you begin to date, of course, because you want to spend, you want to have someone. You're used to having someone in your life, so you want to have someone in your life, and then you meet someone else. But before you have the courage to speak to them, you observe, you watch. What is it that you saw that attracted you to this person? You saw what you actually didn't even realize that you saw. It was subliminal. It was in your subconscious that saw it. Because when you look, you said it's something. It's just something about her. It's something about him, right? It's something about this person that I can relate to. I don't know what it is, but I'm drawn to them. I see them from head to toe. I'm thinking like, man, boy, if that was my woman, me, that's what I'm thinking, right? And so you finally get the courage to talk to this person, only to realize that they actually want you just as much as you want them. And that is what put the icing on the cake. That's when you say, this is the one. Because they want me just as bad as I want them. Right? They don't know me. I don't know them. I don't know their baggage. I don't know their history. I don't know the things that they've gone through. I don't know anything about that. But my subconscious picked it up. right? Because later you find out that this person is just like you. They while you were going through everything that you were going through, they were going through this. They're something very similar, something very painful. You were drawn to their pain. Then you get in a relationship and you wonder why I'm still going through this. It's almost like a to be continue of the same pain and misery, not realizing that they've been, because they're the opposite sex, their damage did them differently the way it does you, right? And correction, I said opposite, and that's the flaw right there. That's the violation. Like Dr. Sabi said, there has been a violation. I'm here to say the violation is not just only in the food, but it's also in the behavior. Now, is it because of the weed? No, the weed is the component of the behavior, because this is external. That behavior starts internally. Internal. This is a external substance that I internalize, right? Just so I can feel a euphoria. It allows me to forget the anxiety, not encouraging anyone to smoke anything, because smoke is just harmful to the lungs. It's not good to inhale and digest smoke. The reason why I do it is because it's a habit. A little more than a year ago, I had a habit of smoking cigarettes. So I know that just like smoking cigarettes, this is a bad habit. And I know that you can have a bad habit, know something is killing you and is bad for you, and still smoke it, still do it, because it's a bad habit. And bad habits are really, truly hard to break. It easy, but hard to break at the same time. And I say easy because how hard is it to just not do something? It's the easiest thing to do. But because we say it's hard, it's hard. That's why I said it's hard, but no, it's not. Because there's two. But let's just keep going with this story about the love story. So two people, they are in love, and then they pick up where they left off in their last relationship. They decide to link up. They decide to hook up. They decide to share their bodies, right? Oh, it feels so good. Dang. I don't mind, the feeling. If the feeling is so good, and that you're already hooked on the first pull, the first drag. You hooked on this person. You just had sex with them, and it was really good. Like, wow, I wow, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, I wasn't even expecting this, you know. And then this person still wants you, just like you want them. So you wondering, well, okay, why am I still with this person? That's why. That's part of the reason. It's not all of the reason. You're picking up where you left off in your previous relationship. And it does take some time before you actually attempt to do that. It's a process, because at first you're still learning this person. It's a new, and you're still not really revealing who your true selves are, right? And then once you finally start revealing all of that energy that you were suppressing from the previous relationship, it begins to seep into the new relationship. Now you're showing your true colors, and all of the unresolved issues that their ex didn't resolve, you have to resolve, and vice versa. And there you go. Now you're stuck with the same person you just left, not even realizing it. Not literally, but mentally, subconsciously. And that's why it seems like it's a never ending loop. And these relationships keep happening and happening. And you're like, dang, I'm getting old. Time ain't changing, but I'm still. Then one day, I discover that the problem is always with me. If I'm not happy, right? And things are not going my way, it is a manifestation of what I have done, or what I have chosen, what I have allowed, what I have permitted. Everything revolves around me, and so forth. Like you, everything revolves around you, right? Because you are the center. You are the reference point of you. I am the reference point of me. I can only see my point of view, my true point of view. I can attempt to imagine what it's like to be you, but that's just like ooh, this mic has that dust on it. I need the dust in here. But that's what am I trying to say? Yeah, that's essential oils right there. Kareem, yeah, good looking out on the formula. This is some thyme, rosemary, eucalyptus, and cinnamon with some olive oil, and it works. It's good. So, where was I? Something about time. I know we're at the, you're at the point, where I realize it's just me. You know, everything revolves around me. Everything revolves around you, right? And the key is to how can we revolve without clashing? How can we work in harmony so that everyone feels like they've been treated fairly, right? Okay. Sorry to say, there's really just no way of knowing that. The only thing to do is what somebody told me: cut your loss, cut your losses and count your blessings. Simple, that's simple, easy. Cut your losses and count your blessings. Look at the cup; it's half full. Don't look at the cup half empty. Look on the bright side. That's what I told a friend of mine. He was complaining about his woman not talking to him and this, that, and the third. And I was like, well, don't you have a business to run? And don't you have a lot of papers to, you flipping houses, and then you got to do a lot of. So if she's not talking to you, she's not getting in the way you handling your business. Maybe that's what you need. Maybe that's God's test to see how you react to this simple situation. Oh, she flips out. Well, what good does she do? Apparently, you're with her because it's one, at least one thing she got going good. You told me how fine she is. You told me how much, you like to get with her, but and okay, she would hold on that. But at the end of the day, you gonna get some, right? And when you get it, you gonna get your reward, and it was worth waiting for. Each and every time, that's what you think, right? So whatever it is, it's not that serious. You got your VR, put on your headset, stop complaining. And it's easier said than done, because I'll say that, and then in my relationship, I'll go through something. Like, immediately after I just gave him the advice, here, now I got to go through the test. You know what I do? I flip out, I start cursing. You know what? We get in an argument, you know what I'm saying? It can go anywhere. Who knows? It once you allow animosity, and you got to remember, you're taking everything you had in your old relationship and you're bringing it into your new relationship. Your other partner, they're doing the same thing. So if they was in an abusive relationship where they were abused, guess what? You are the abuser. They see you, even though you're not, even though you love them like crazy. They see you as an abuser. That's all they remember from the last relationship. That's what they expect from you. They expect you. They waiting for you to say, "Yeah, call me a bitch, call me a hoe," because that's what I'm used to. That's it. And when you don't, guess what? They don't even believe you, because they so conditioned and used to being abused. But guess what? That's what attracted you to them in the first place, because you were abused and you felt like, well, I'm not going to abuse them, right? I'm going to love them. I'm going to appreciate them. And because I'm going to do that, right? She's going to do the same. It's not that simple, because you wasn't abused the way they were. So you don't even know what you're getting into until you in it. And you find out like, God damn, this nigga fucked your head the fuck up. I ain't realized that. Damn, he was like that, and you put up with that. You might not realize that until 5 years into the relationship, how much damage the other person did. And you said it in the beginning. I see the damage and I want to fix it. I want to, not realizing that you trying to fix this person is detrimental for your own health and your own, because Jesus said this. He said, before you try to get the little pin that's stuck in somebody else's eye, your brother's eye, your wife's eye, how about get this big ass raft out your left eye, motherfucker? I mean, he ain't say that, but I'm just saying that's how dumb you gotta be to be sitting up here trying to help somebody else when you fucked up. You can't even help yourself, to the point where you need somebody. You feel like you need somebody else to help you, pick you up and lift you up and support you through. Ain't nobody gotta support you through your dreams and your visions, and that's your vision, that's your dream. So why you with me? You know what I'm saying? Why you with me in the first place? That's when a woman says that, she just wants you to hear. She wants to hear you say it the same way you want to hear her say it. She wants to hear you say it. But you know what they always say, ladies first, right? So if you gonna be a man and let the lady go first, and hold the door open, let her go first, you gotta be the first to say I love you, and then you gotta say it's worth it. Because if you are not willing to do that, you can't say you love that woman because she just, you know, especially if she's been damaged and she and it's a healing process. You gotta remember, the more damage that's been done to someone's emotional body, the longer it's gonna take them to heal. And some people don't even heal. Some people don't. Some people get so conditioned to where they prefer to be abused. I mean, I know it sounds sick and twisted, but it's like that, yo. I seen it with my own eyes. They prefer someone to abuse them. They want somebody to beat up on them, hit up on them, and yell at them. They nag them until they get them to do that. And if you don't, you can't be with them, cause they like that kind of trauma. I ain't gonna say no names, but I got family. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say. But and this mic got dust on it, and as I'm speaking, the dust is getting in my mouth, yo. That's why I use these drops. Not the and it's not because of the weed. It's because of the dust. I can see it. Like if you got like problems with cotton mouth, your mouth get dry. That right there. As soon as you drop it on it, it's like everything is. My daughter. Yo, yeah, I'm up. Man, I'm live right now. What's up? Yes. Yes, man. This is we go way back. This is one of the brothers I can talk to on a spiritual level, you know? Like we talking about God, religion, you know. We don't really talk about politics. It's more on a spiritual, godly type of level. I need to drink water now because I'm sitting up here drinking champagne. I really don't drink that often like that. There you go. Yo, what's up? Everything, man. Yeah, I've been trying to hit you up for the longest because you know I wanted to ask you your. Oh, okay. Well, you know, I figured that, you know, off the grid, yeah. I but I let them know because I like the spirit was telling me when I was a kid, and I was ignoring it because I was afraid. Exactly. I thought I needed because that's what I was told. That's where you're right. Where yeah, that's how they screwed me. But I knew all along. Well, actually, I'm using it now. Today I used it. Yeah, man. like I told you, they all frauds. It's all fraudulent. This pandemic revealed it, and I'm like, they don't see. They don't see. If Jesus was here, would you think he would be like, okay, listen to them and what? He was healing the sick and the blind, and you mean to tell me you are afraid of this? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're just as afraid of, because my mother. I called my father and them, and they told me that now they don't go to the halls. They're not going out in field service, and that they're watching everything online. I said, okay, so I wasn't. I yo 10, 15 years ago, you told me this, I would have been like, nah. They gonna be out there still preaching. They gonna be the ones that's gonna stay true. I can't see at least the wit. I can't see them listening. But that's what the governing body has told them to just listen to the authorities, stay in the house, quarantine. And I'm like, well, what happened to the ministry? They have fear. Yeah, that's what Jesus said. He said, "Have no fear that the time is near." As a matter of fact, rejoice. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, I know. I know what you're talking about. You can't. You're supposed to be in love. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Peace. Oh, you talking about later on in one of the letters where I think Paul wrote it. One of them wrote it in the congregations where he said they would be saying peace, true peace and security, and then that's when sudden destruction will before come. What? Hmm. The churches. Yeah. Yeah, because they was getting and like arguments about who was circumcised because this person wasn't circumcised, and you know petty stuff. All he wanted. But the simple thing is love. All it's simple. Just love one another, and that's it. That's it. Luke 10:7. Whoever listens to you, listen to me. Listen to you, listens to me, and whoever disregards you, disregards me also. Moreover, whoever disregards me, disregards also him who sent me. But he even said, by their works you would know. By their works. If you look at their works and look at the works of Jesus Christ, you would never. You can't compare. You can't. You're like, well, this is fake, man. Man, let's not even talk about how. Remember how they said Jesus reacted when he saw them selling things in the church, in the tabernacle? Well, what is it? INC means? What does incorporate? Like Bible Watchtower. What is it? The Bible track. The Watchtower Bible Track Society. INC. It is incorporated. So that is commercial. The more I'm learning about business and this, that, and the third, that is straight up commercial. You label icons, branding, the whole nine, and that's the one thing you saw how Moses, reacted when he even went up on the mountain to ask God to spare them. When God said they was, screwing around, and he was like, well, don't do nothing to him. Then when he went and saw what they was doing, he flipped out himself through the 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 Ten Commandments or whatever. The and they broke in, and then they, some of the people died because of that. Of course, that's when things were ruthless. God was more rap, like straight up. But then he shows love, really, which compels us to love. That's why we have to. Like, I mean, how could you, if he can love, we got to, you know, because he didn't have to, right? Man, I wish we could just be like on a radio, like, yes, you don't have to write. You could just speak the way you talking right now. It's because I don't always have the words, but the way you're very. It's just the way you word things. Yeah, yeah. That's because I mean, you gotta represent them. Yo, do you know I'm just really now truly waking up from that fear? Just now. Because no, I was still afraid. I was still had that doubt in my mind. Yeah, but what if they're right? Like, it's like when I and I know I want to say I get it from my father because when I was talking to him about what I discovered about what they was doing with the how they take the money and they invest in all these companies like Facebook, Apple, and what made me look into it was I was wondering, well, why are they always pushing for Apple? Everybody has an iPad, nobody has Samsung, and I just thought that that was better anyway. But anyway, I just looked into it. Yes, they invest a lot of stocks in these companies, and I mean, once I found out the other companies I'm talking about, it goes deep as porn, tobacco companies. I think I sent you a link to Ralph. Um, man, you could do this on the phone. I can get the yeah. You could call in and just be a voice. Your voice. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello. You hear me? I don't know. What you mean? What happened? It's like a cricket. You can hear me, right? All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I was talking. I was trying to say that there's a device where you could just call my number and I could like stream live on YouTube or whatever platform, YouTube, Twitter, and your voice resonates like you have a voice. You just don't hear it. You don't hear what I'm hearing. You gotta understand. I got an ear, man. I've been in music. Like I just got an ear for music. So I have an ear not just for music, just for sound. Not just that vision. I see things that just I know it ain't. I wasn't taught. Yeah. Ever since I used that example, she took it and turned it into yeah. But that's she's not the only one. It's a lot of our women are just like that. I don't know why. I just yeah, 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 yeah. I was that's another thing that I've been discovering like the way I was looking at women was all wrong. Like you could look at nature when yeah, like if you look at nature, well just in general, you know, because of the the years of just thinking that, the man is the leader, the woman is like that. I know what I was saying is, if you look at nature, nature kind of tells you, like the ants, they all have the queen, right? The bees, they have the queen. Like the woman is the highest rank in all the animal kingdom, insects. You have this one species that live in the ocean that the woman, when she, the male, once he has sex, he dies, and the woman just multiply. The woman survives. Like, so the animal kingdom, the nature, just creation speaks for itself. Hmm. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. But we abuse it. We judge ourselves. We subtle. I know what you mean. We judge. You know what it is? We judge each other's intentions. That's what it is. Cause you know what? You know how I came up with that? Cause remember we used to work together, right? And that went down south terribly. But looking back, I could laugh because I'm like, damn, you were so right. I was such an asshole, and I was so stupid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was angry. I was. Yeah, you're right. I was fed up with a lot of. Yeah, 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 yeah. Man, to grow. Yeah, and but the religion was blocking me. That was blocking me. I'm looking up for these men to guide me in the right direction and waiting for them, getting their approval and getting that mixed up with the spirit when I had it before. Like, before I was born. Man, I knew I was chosen, and you know, like I ain't tell many people this, but I was gonna drink, drink the wine, cause the anointed was supposed to. I wanted to be close to Jesus Christ. It wasn't even that. It was the relationship. When I was reading in the Bible, man, I just every time I would read things like Abraham was a friend of God, I always wondered, well, why can't I be like that? Why can't? Yeah, yeah. Why? What they did exactly? Mm-hmm. Man, why he's why he was suffering? They was telling him it was his fault, but but that's exactly that was a foreshadow of our lives. Hmm.
Huh? What do we need pride for? Huh? See? And that's all he wants because there's nothing we can give him and do for him. But what? Love each other, right? That's
Yeah,
it. That's the only thing you can do for Yahweh. Nothing man can do. Praise him. That's what he wants. Because think about it. From day one, what did he want? Did he drop all these laws on us from day one? Did he?
nah, no.
What was the only
Day
law?
one, he just wanted obedience.
That's right, right? And we couldn't do that, right? So, wait a minute.
He wanted us
You
to
remember
eat right.
you remember Abraham? You remember you remember now it doesn't tell you this from the beginning, but you have to read it. You remember his forefathers worship other gods? You remember that?
Yeah. Well,
Why
I'm
did
not
he
sure.
wait so
Hold on,
long?
hold on. I'm not sure. You said Abraham?
Yeah. Why did he wait so long? To make law. To make all those laws. Why did he wait so long? Huh? Why didn't he start with the fourth soon as Noah came out of the ark, why didn't he
Yeah.
make law? Why didn't he set decree then? Why did he wait to set decree even after Moses' father-in-law told him what he needed to do with all those people? You know why?
Because they
Because he's.
wasn't.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead. What is it? Why?
I don't think he felt like they was ready.
Huh? No. Because he's a merciful, loving God. And if you read it, it tells you what? Law brings wrath.
Mm.
You see?
Yeah.
He didn't give it to Adam and Eve because that's too. No, why? Why would
Yeah,
Stipulated
because he
in a
gave
world
them
like this,
one law and they blew it. Just one
they blew it.
simple. Just don't eat from this thing
Hmm.
right here. And
He knew they'd follow that. Like he knew it was going to be hard. So what he did, he overseed, right?
but
He
do you
became the
think
overseer.
he really knew that? Like, do you think he was maybe God was confident and was like, nah, they ain't gonna. I know they gonna
No, no,
listen
no,
to
no,
me.
no,
You
no,
don't
because
think
he
he?
knew. He already knew. When he put that tree there, of course, he knew the possibility of them doing
Because
wrong
he
and what he was
created
going to
this.
do afterwards.
So you don't think that it was possible for him at one point to just be a little overconfident in
No,
his
because if he
creation,
was
like
confident, he would have
because
never put the tree there.
it said it
Those
said
two trees,
it
he
said
would have
that
never.
when he
Huh?
created things, everything was good.
But it wasn't perfect. That was our part to complete it. He made everything perfect, right? Angels perfect, everything perfect, right? But what did they do? And some people blame it on flesh, right? Oh, I'm only human. So what were the angels when they fell? See what I'm saying? It's crutches, man, and he don't want us to live like that. He wants us to live like gods in confidence. Of course, he knew, okay, if they fail, this is the route we're gonna have to go. He said it. He already knew it when he put the tree there. The test. What do you think the test was for? Period. If you got confidence in something, why would you put something like that in the middle? Two trees, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge and bad. Those are two trees right next to each other in the middle of the garden. Huh? It wasn't on the other side. The tree of knowledge and bad. And see, that's what they don't tell you. Two trees? Yeah, it was two trees. God. Read your Bible.
Yeah, it was.
There
It
were
was
two
the one.
trees,
It was the
like
tree of
tree of life
life,
and tree of knowledge and bad, good and bad.
and they
Put
did
them right
not
next to
take.
each other.
They didn't eat from the tree of life.
No, he kept them out of the garden so they wouldn't eat from the tree of life and live forever. You remember?
Yeah, it did say that.
That's right.
It said because they've discovered
Mm-hmm.
what it's like to know good and bad.
Mm-hmm. And what good and bad was there? Obedience, disobedience was nothing. They learned nothing. They learned nothing.
Exactly. Mm.
Only thing they brought on us is death, an enemy that he didn't want to bring. But he had to punish us. But he didn't have to punish all of us. And yes, he had mad regret. Yes, he did. You think the rainbow was the only regret? No. The simple fact of us punishing because he made law. Did he make law? Then he said, fathers and sons would not suffer or die for each other's sins. Why would you make law? It was something that you did, Yahweh, because he knew it was wrong. And only the gods can see that and love him at the same time. Only the real gods will see that and love him at the same time. The other gods that belong to Satan, they will hate him. They will be mad, just like they are now. They're mad at him. Why? I didn't ask for this world. Why are we born into this world? Why are we suffering? They don't have the words for it, but that's what it is. They're mad because they're suffering for Adam and Eve's sin. Why can we get our paradise and tree? Test me. I'll prevail.
No, you wouldn't because I mean they in heaven, but then we don't know what heaven is like. That's
Who's in heaven?
well, they were in heaven.
Who?
The angels or the demons.
No, I'm talking about earthly men gods. People on earth are angry because they didn't get their paradise and tree. They didn't get their chance to be tested. They are suffering for what Adam and Eve did. If you would have gotten your chance, just imagine it. This is the world, and that's a movie I want to make. What if he did that? What if he gave everybody a chance in the paradise? Huh? Who would touch the tree? How many people will follow Adam and Eve? You follow me?
Exactly.
See? And he knows this. It was irrational. And see, I can say this with confidence because I love my guy. Because he doesn't need us. Right?
But do you
But he
question?
needs us.
Do you question the 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 scripts, like the way the Bible was translated, or
What do you
like
mean?
like the like do you quite come to question it to think that maybe the Bible, like even though there's truth in it, that is also a tool used to mislead at the same time.
No, because he won't let you be misled. That's when the spirit comes in.
Yeah, I see.
See,
What
because
you
the
mean.
witnesses aren't totally wrong. You follow me? They're not totally wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
If you read the word, they're not totally wrong. What they're wrong is following the disciples, right? And they use that to justify their wrong. Well, the disciples did it. What are you, stupid fool? It was written, so you don't follow in
So
their
you don't.
footsteps, you
Yeah,
stupid.
exactly. Just like the Israelites.
Yes. Just like they
Wow.
screaming, "Oh, we're the chosen ones." Nobody's chosen anymore. You gotta choose.
It's,
He
it's,
already chose when he made us. And he tried the first religion with the Israelites, and it didn't work. That they formed a sect, all right? They looked at the world as dogs, the people. But what about the Samaritan at the well? Huh? We are the temple. They follow Solomon and put everything what he prayed for into the temple. It ain't about no temple. We are the temple. You see what I'm saying? You remember Solomon
exactly.
prayed and said, "People come here and be forgiven." Nigga, what are you talking about? You got to travel across the world to come to and do whatever they do at the temple. What is that crap? Whatever, the Sabbath and
Some
all that
type of
other stupid
ritual.
stuff.
Yeah.
Shut up and miss me with that. It's every day that you praise Yahweh. You are the temple.
He's.
Ain't no raggedy ass building. And that's where they got laws and the vanity. And if you look at it, I got
I
the
mean, he
scripture
put
written
the
down.
he put the luminaries in the sky as signs. The sun, the
Thank you.
moon, already
As signs? What do you mean?
as signs of his glory, his power.
Yes. Thank you.
What the heck
I
you
say,
need a
we
temple
being
for when you got the
alive.
sun, you got the moon?
Alive. Do you know how much? Do you know how little? How much? I can't find the word right now. I'm kind of lost. Do you know how much? Let's just say stock. How much we really don't appreciate being alive? How little we look at it. We look at it as
I
something.
do.
It's trivial.
I
Oh,
do.
I'm alive. Do you
Until
realize?
until we
Think we
until we
rather look
about
at
to
the moon and
lose
say,
it.
"Oh, God exists."
Until we about to lose it. I know.
Thank you. And then we say, "Oh God, huh?
That's
Help
when
me."
that's when I realize when I feel like I'm, man, I don't know, this might be the last one, like Sanford like Sanford and Son. Like I don't know, you know.
Yo, man, when you wake up, man, when you wake up in the morning, thank you, Yahweh. I know you don't
Exactly.
need me. Thank you. And he knows it. He knows who's real. Thank you. I'm alive. It's like stopping to smell the roses. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm saying. We just make light of life. We just don't really see really how beautiful he is, how merciful. He doesn't need us. And once people wrap their minds around that crap, then you say, "Dang, that's my dad. He doesn't need me, so why am I crying? Let me suffer a bit for this stupid stuff. I will prevail. I'm going to do exactly what he asks." What does he ask of us? That you got to understand. What does he ask of us? Quarter. Just show each other mercy. Don't judge him.
Love.
You
Just
don't know. That's right.
Yo, I was
That's the.
just listening to Bob Marley, and it's a song, "So Much Trouble in the World." And you know when
Yeah.
he says give a little, all you
Yep.
gotta do is give a little. That's
Give a
what
little.
he's talking about. He said all you gotta
That's
do is
it.
give,
That's
just give a
it.
damn. Just give a damn.
Yes.
That's what he was
Go.
saying.
Hey, he says, if you find your soul, right,
Yeah.
for the sake of your stake, you're lost.
And
You're
you
dead.
know, you know Bob Marley in that same song I mentioned that he mentioned Ja?
He does? Yeah, I think
He
so.
actually says it. I was reading the lyrics. I was
Yes.
like, wow, he
Yes.
said Ja like
Yes.
right in the beginning of the song.
Mm-hmm.
And I
That's
was like,
why
this song is deeper than it's
people
actually
know.
talking about right what's going on right now.
Every day that's been happening. That's the thing. And
Exactly.
then, look at it. My mom and them thinking, yo, do you realize the first millennium? Do you know they thought it was the end of the world? You remember when Germany, everybody was attacking what? Who was it? Was attacking what was it? Rome?
Yeah.
Europe?
Mm-hmm.
You remember they were attacking them, kept all these people, and
Yeah.
all of it. Look. This because in the name of Christianity. You know that, right?
Yeah. The
Yes,
Renaissance. You talking
that's
about the
what I'm saying. So
Renaissance?
at the first millennium, these people thought it was at the end of the world. I mean, what did he say? Do not be alarmed. Do not be terrified. The end is not near. But they thought it was near. Dude, it was something new. He brought a new message in the world, see, for people to be saved. And whoever doesn't want us to be saved was against us. Huh? That was mad. He's a mad adversary. That was mad opposition over the simplest thing, loving a person, showing a person quarter versus murdering them.
Mm.
Malice, living in malice. Come on, man. See, you know it's something wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? And it's just that when people are caught up in the time, the fact, all this fear of the end of the world, that's why
Yeah.
they can't live. They can't live properly. Show this love. Oh, it's the end. We're supposed to. Mom, my mother even. Let me show you how she tried to dispute the fact that Yeshua oust Judas. They're teaching people that, which is a lie.
You said that he
Never
what?
ousted Judas. Huh?
When you said oust Judas?
Yeah. Yeah. He never oust Judas.
When you say that word, what does that mean?
Well, kicked him out.
Oh,
Ostracized.
Oh no. He said
Never.
hurry up
But
and do what
they
you
will
gotta
tell.
do.
Thank you. To the end. Even to the kiss. Huh?
Yeah.
But they will tell you that
He still
ousted
showed them
them
love. Nah, he
to
showed them love.
justify their disfellowship.
When he washed their feet, he washed all their feet. It didn't say he didn't wash Judas' feet.
Yo, man. They want a reason to judge people. They like that power, man. You understand?
So they can
They
disfellowship
become your
somebody.
enemy. What did he say to your enemy? Even if that person leaves your organization, right, and they become your enemy, what did he say do with that enemy?
He said, well, the example said you supposed to leave the 99 sheep and go find that one.
Woo! Do they even once they tell you they can come to his house, but they will not invite them to their house. I said, Mom, he told you to use discernment. Of course you don't go into, let's just say, a gay person's world, but you invite them into your world, right?
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Didn't Yeshua go and sat down with all the sinners, tax collectors, and all those people, and then the Pharisees started judging him, and then what did he do? He corrected them. He knew what they were thinking. What did he say? He said, I came here for the sinners.
Yeah, that is right.
So what did they
And
think?
he even gave a example. He's like a doctor doesn't, see the people who are healthy. He go to the sick to
Yes.
to help the sick.
And they still don't get it. You said they gave an example, the witnesses?
No, Yeshua.
He said, doctor? Who said this?
He used the
What
word
scripture said?
physician he said he was like a physician in one of the books. I don't know exactly which
What
one, cause
book?
they give like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Oh, one of those?
One of the gospel. Yeah,
I
they
didn't.
get different views, and one of them they mentioned that he even gave an example like
You gotta find that one for me.
a physician doesn't see the healthy, or I forgot what word he used, but he said
You
he
sure you
goes
got
to
that
the
from the
sick.
scripture?
He goes to the sick. Yeah, I remember
Find
it
it for
being
me.
in it. I
Maybe
can
one of
Google
your
it. I
Jehovah's
can
Witnesses
Google it.
books.
I can Google it. Yeah, it's probably in there. But I mean, they translations still be kind of similar. They always have
No,
to
they are
have their
liars.
agenda.
When you find it, they are liars. Just like, let me give you another example. They justify their going door to door by saying Noah went from door to door. That's an effing lie. Those people got no warning. Only Noah got a warning, and his family. You see what I'm saying? But you look at their Bible story books, you got people trying to get into the ark. Him going out there, whatever, talking to the people. About what? Oh, the flood is coming? He even got to the point that the people were laughing at him. You see? You see how they dress it up? When he plain
Yeah,
and simple told you not to go door to door. You know why? You know how annoying that is? To be unexpected, knocking on somebody's door early in the morning, unexpectedly. You know this. You hear the jokes and everything, and he was preparing them for that.
What?
Texas. How many people got slayed for that? Huh?
What happened? I ain't heard of that.
You ain't hear about that guy? 8 the witnesses? A lot. What? 9
He
witnesses?
ate
Look it
him?
up. Texas. Yeah, I think it was in Texas. That's what he was preparing us for. But we choose to follow man. Oh, go door to door. No, mom, you're supposed to live that.
So they
Say
went to the
Christmas.
dude door, and he was
Yeah,
he was inviting them like, yeah, y'all can come. I'll do a Bible
Yeah,
study, and then
yeah,
just catch him and eat him like Dr. Hannibal.
yep, yep.
Oh
Dead
my
ass. And it followed this
God.
year. It was this year or last year, one of them. I
Yo,
think
if
it
I
was
was
this
in
year.
an
No, it was
organization and
last year.
heard something like that, I'd be like, yo, so, yes, man,
See, that's what I'm talking about.
man,
They ain't gonna tell you that. They tell you to stay off YouTube.
exactly. They don't want
Why?
you to. They don't want you to hear no apostasy, as they put it.
Apostasy? What apostasy? Let me say. What did he say? Like the man that tried to,
They are the apostates.
thank you. You remember the Sahejans? Those men tried to shut Paul up, and then that one stepped in and said, "Look, if it's not true, it won't stand. It won't prevail. Their word.
Here we go. Here we go.
What
I
if their
found the
word is
scripture.
real?"
I found it. It said, later as he was dining in the house, look, many tax collectors and sinners came and began dining with Jesus and his disciples. But on seeing this, the Pharisees said to his disciples, why does your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners? Hearing them, he said, healthy people do not need a physician, but those who are ill do. Go and learn what this means. I want mercy and not sacrifice, for I came to call not righteous people but sinners.
That's right. What scripture is that?
That's Matthew 9 verses 10 through 13.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember reading that.
It's right there.
And you was saying something about mercy. He said, I want mercy.
Yeah.
He said it. He said, I want.
all that sacrifices.
He said exactly what you said. He said, I want mercy and not sacrifice. For I came to call not righteous people, but sinners. And the sacrifice he was talking about wasn't just those you stop sacrificing your people just so you could be in authority. Because that was ultimately what they were doing. They were treating the people like animals.
They call them dogs. Brother, when I read that, that's when it all clicked. That's when it all clicked. When I started to understand, he says, um, um, the sex, them creating sex in there, the division. When okay, he chose the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yahweh chose the people, right, to follow
Yeah.
him, right? But little did he know, I know he knew this. The people had to choose him, right? At the end of the day, you can choose whoever you want to, just like you chose Adam and Eve, made everything perfect around you, right? I mean, good around you, right?
Yeah.
And see, those are the words I was saying to my mother. See, you don't understand. He made everything good, but he didn't make it perfect, just like Yeshua. He didn't make Yeshua perfect. Yeshua could have failed. He could have followed Satan. But see, to let them tell it, no. He was made perfectly so he couldn't fail. Mom, what's the purpose of all of this then? If he makes you perfect and everything, that means you're a robot. He could it doesn't make sense. That
He
negates
made
choice.
you into a representation of himself. Like, you have a choice. You can even create. You can self-create. Like, you can reproduce.
Hold a second.
Yeah. Well, probably won't be hearing from him in a minute unless he called me back. Yeah, but like I was saying, this whole pandemic. Well, I was talking about relationships. Now I'm on something else. What I should be on. That's why me and him talk, because sometimes I forget what I need to be focused on. And that's really the truth. Um, when me and him bump heads on is just a couple of things, like the Bible, taking things on face value and understanding why things are there in there, like the whole story with Adam and Eve. I can't say that just because that's in the Bible that story is exactly what happened. I have to look at it as though it's allegory. We wasn't there. So Yahweh, he already knows we don't know for sure. He knows that. He knows what he reveals to us. And we also know that we have enemies that want us to be in fear of him. And that whole story, it really mimics exactly what the governments of the world want from us. The same obedience that God was asking for. Either you do this or you die type mentality. No mercy. When we just read it right here, when now he demands, he says, I want mercy, because that's what I'm asking for. So somebody's lying, right? Somebody's lying, and the only way for me to really, what can I say? How can I say this? The only way for me to really know the truth is to just be like the animals. Don't question it. Just go with the flow, right? I told him I used the Bible, but, maybe not the way he. But you can use the Bible as a way to teach, because even though you have certain things in it that's orchestrated for you to be afraid and have fear, and if you read it carefully, you can see how helpful it can be for, like, you're trying to raise your children, and you want them to be obedient, right? You don't want them to be in fear of you, but you want them to understand why it's important to be obedient. Well, you have scriptures like Proverbs that teaches them to want to be obedient versus be obedient or I'm going, and if you read in the beginning, God does sound kind of rigid. I mean, he's like, well, you eat from that tree, you can eat from all the trees, but you eat from this tree, you die. Right? Whether it's fear or not, it still sounds rigid. I'm just gonna say that. They eat from the tree, no mercy, you're dead. Even animals like, yo, but you gave me this woman. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have ate it. Yeah, but you did, so you're gonna have to die. No mercy, no forgiveness. They're like, Dad, I wonder if Adam and Eve, I wonder if they asked, and if they didn't, what would happen if they did? Would God would have forgiven them? Who knows? Maybe they just didn't ask. Think to ask for his mercy. Why would it take thousands of years later for him to? Now, see, I can go on and on about biblical things that are in the Bible, but if you really think about it, what's more important than the Bible, right? After all, it is God's word, right? It's God's word. Uh, did he write it? So no, we can't say it is. We can't say someone wrote it for him, right? If and he influenced it, and then after that, some other people came along and translated what those other people wrote. They didn't fully understand the translation, so God helped them, right? And then before you can even want to think about what happened after that, it's like you want to ask yourself, why does God need a book? Why does he need a book? Why do we need a book? Just to know we should show mercy. Shouldn't we already know that? Don't the birds know to fly south? When do they fly south? In the summer? Then no, in the winter. They fly south in the winter. They fly north in the summer, right? The birds know what to do. The bees, they know what to do. The ants, they know exactly what they're supposed to do. They know they have a queen, and they live and die for that queen, right? They don't question the queen's authority. But us, we have this we have this gift to just want to question things. Why can't we feel so good to be alive? Um, I think that's what's missing. I feel like what's missing is, and I know you're thinking like, how could he be smoking weed and talking about the Bible? And as I said, this is external. This is all temporary. You know, for me, it's medicine for anxiety. You know, he he thinks my stress comes from, and it does. That's the root. I'm not gonna go into what he thinks, but nobody really knows the trouble. The trouble I know and the sorrow. But I'm happy that I lived through it. You know, like I've already talked about the relationship. That was just a tip of the iceberg, which boils down to me what it is I want to do. What do I need to achieve? What is it I need to accomplish? What what makes me satisfied with me versus what someone else, what I want someone else, or how I want someone else to be. I know they can be this way, and well, me pressuring them to be a certain way definitely isn't helping. So, what is it that I do actually need to do that will work for me and not them? Maybe I should have mercy on myself. He said, I want you to show mercy. Maybe, just maybe, we need to stop judging ourselves and putting ourselves down, having regrets and resentments. Maybe, just maybe, we could learn to love one love one another by loving ourselves. Because I truly believe that if you love yourself, you can't. It's truly impossible to want to destroy someone else, unless, of course, you're trying to survive and the other person is trying to destroy you, and you know. But yeah, that's how it is with this guy. We have a conversation and then I don't hear from him until like maybe a month or two later. But I was seeing if you nah. Nah, I'ma just leave it at that. Yeah, but that's how it is in my life. Just the way that conversation just popped up out of the blue. I haven't spoken to him in like what since last year. I've been trying to get in contact with for the longest, and then suddenly I get on live stream, and then finally he hits me up, and finally I can actually capture one of our conversations, so I can actually review it and see what's really going on, the power of the way we actually build each other up spiritually by talking about the truth. You see, I come from a religious background that held me captive, um, living in fear, afraid of, man, ever since I was a child, I was afraid that Jehovah was going to destroy me. I'm a child. What did I do wrong? Exactly. Even if I had feelings for a girl in school, you know what? I thought I would feel like, dang, if Armageddon come, Jehovah might not even choose me. Wow, that's what I thought. And you want to know why I thought that? It's because of the Adam and Eve. Like once you read that story as a child, you automatically look at God as very rigid. And even though they teach you about Jesus, you still worshiping Jehovah. So it's like, yeah, Jesus, I know you nice and all, but your pops, man, I know you say he's just like you, but man, every time we go, read certain things about Moses, and it's like, well, I'm still be on the safe side and listen to what these men telling us. And then when the organization tells you that, they show you examples in the Bible where you shouldn't disrespect Yahweh's authority. Of course, they refer to him as Jehovah. They say you shouldn't disrespect his authority. Whoever he places in charge is who you gotta respect, and you gotta just trust that. And if you go against it or speak against it, it's gonna mean something bad for you. And I'm just here to say that if that's actually true, and the authority that he has put in place is suspect, right? You honestly in your gut is suspect. Like, man, something ain't right about these dudes. Like, I just just don't trust them. Like I had that feeling already, and then there's certain things that they telling people to do that I read. It doesn't coincide with even what their Bible says. It doesn't coincide with, and if you try to explain that to them, they not trying to. They automatically shut you off. It's like I don't understand that because last time I checked, Moses did the same thing. Abraham did the same thing. And Yahweh listened. He listened. He said, okay, all right, since you want, I'm going to go ahead and do it your way and see what happened. Just like I was talking about Moses when he was on the mountain, he was receiving all of the commandments. Okay, it was the tablets. It was these stone tablets. He was receiving all of the commandments. Maybe that's what I should do. I should do a Bible reading. But yeah, he was doing he had the 10 tablets. The 10 tablets. He had 2 tablets, I think. It was 2, maybe it was 1. Anyway, he received all of the commandments that were straight from Yahweh, straight from God. Yeah. He received these commandments, right? I'm trying to get my thoughts together. And what happens next? Oh, Yahweh tells him, well, your people, the people that I just saved out of Egypt, is now worshiping another God. And I'm already fed up with these people. I should just go ahead and get rid of them. I'm paraphrasing, okay? And so Moses says, oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. God, please have mercy on these people. They don't know no better. They've been stuck in Egypt, and they just used to that Egyptian life. You know, just feels like, come on. Please, don't do that to them. The God's like, all right. Knowing he knew what was about to happen. He said, all right. You know what? I'm going to listen to you. Go ahead. Let's go down on the mountain and be all forgiving to these people. But I don't want to hear nothing when you see what you see. But he ain't say all of that. I'm paraphrasing. Then Moses gets down on the mountain, and he sees them. Actually, now it ain't just God telling him this. He sees it with his own eyes, and I can't believe this. And throws the tablets down on the ground, and then a great earthquake happens, and a large portion of these people, along with the idol, is swallowed up by the earth. Get another gruesome, horrible event, all because these people were bowing down to a staff. I mean, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Would I have been upset? I would have been disappointed, yes. But would I have been like, man, they gotta die because they just disrespect me? They bowing down to this and yeah, but I don't want to kill them for it, you know. Maybe give them a spanking, you know. Beat them with some belts, something to teach them a lesson. I don't want to take their life. I want to have some mercy on these people. But I guess that during that time, he had to make a point. So when I read, that's why I said, reading the Bible can be kind of tricky because I believe all of these examples, especially in the beginning, are examples of, like I even said, I wouldn't be surprised if God was being optimistic and he was rooting for Adam and Eve, whereas the devil wasn't. The devil was like, nah, they ain't faithful. I can prove to you. And God was like, man, please, I made them perfect. They just like me. They ain't gonna be that stupid. Are you serious? And then they did, and he was like, what? I just made a deal with the devil. Now I gotta fix it. And because he's so patient, yeah, he could deal with it, and he dealt with it, but we got dealt with, right? We still getting dealt with. Now we got COVID and all this other stuff going on, right? Even to this day, we dealing with it. When is it gonna come to an end, right? When is he going to save us from this? Well, according to Revelations, not many people will be saved. As a matter of fact, most people ain't gonna want to be saved. They're not gonna care. They're not gonna know enough, care enough, want to care enough. They're just not gonna care. Or they're just too afraid to question an obvious lie. Right? So and he knows his Bible. I was just thinking, he's well versed. For somebody that well versed, never claimed a religion, you wonder what drives this person to study the word. And I'm like, maybe that's what's missing from my life. Maybe, just maybe, I need to study the Bible a little bit more. Read books that I was more reluctant to read. Like, for instance, I'm gonna just look in the table of contents. Look at some books that I skipped over. Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job. Then you got Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon, Isaiah. That's where I think I stopped. No, I didn't finish Isaiah. I didn't finish Jeremiah. I didn't finish Lamentations. I read through Ezekiel, but I don't think I finished that either. I did finish Daniel. That was a good book. Hosea.
I did not read that one. Well, I don't remember reading that. Joel, nope. Amos, nope. I think I tried to. Obadiah, Jonah. I read Jonah. Micah. I don't believe I read that. Nahum. Habakkuk. Zechariah. Malachi. These are prophets. So I'm just gonna randomly pick one. These books are relatively small compared to like books like Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're like really small. Okay, Nahum. It says a pronouncement against Nineveh. The book of the vision of Nahum, the Elakashite. It says Yahweh is a God who requires exclusive devotion and takes vengeance. Okay, let's read it the way they have it. Jehovah is a God who requires exclusive devotion and takes vengeance. Jehovah takes vengeance and is ready to express his wrath. Jehovah takes vengeance against his foes, and he stores up wrath for his enemies. Jehovah is slow to anger and great in power, but by no means will Jehovah hold back due punishment. His path is in destructive wind and storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet. He rebukes the sea, and he dries it up, and he makes all the rivers run dry. It almost describes him as though he's the sun, right? Bashan and Carmel wither, and the blossoms of Lebanon wither. Like the sun, right? That's what it does. It burns. All right, anyway. Mountains quake because of him. Like you ever see a mountain? Because you know, on the top of a mountain it has snow. What happens on the mountain? Like the snow, they call it an avalanche. And what is that caused by? The sun melting the snow, right? Mountains quake because of him, and the hills melt. You hear this? It says the hills melt. The earth will be in an upheaval because of his face, all along with the land and all those dwelling in it. Who can stand before his indignation, and who can withstand the heat of his anger? Because remember, the sun is always burning. His wrath will be poured out like fire, and the rocks will be shattered because of him. Jehovah is good, a stronghold in the day of distress. He is mindful of those seeking refuge in him. Now we're talking about, okay, well, this is definitely not just talking about the physical sun, like the sun. With a sweeping flood, he will make a complete extermination of her place. Well, I just skipped over something. Jehovah is good, a stronghold in the day of distress. He is mindful of those seeking refuge in him. With a sweeping flood, he will make a complete extermination of her place, and darkness will pursue his enemies. What will you plot against Jehovah? He is causing a complete extermination. See, now we getting into some other stuff. It's like he went from, it just said Jehovah is good, a stronghold in the day of distress. He is mindful of those seeking refuge in him. With a sweeping flood, he will make complete extermination of her place. Right there, it's like it switches up, talking about something completely different. When they talking about of her place, and darkness will pursue his enemies. With a sweeping flood, he will make a complete extermination of her place. Whoa. A sweeping flood, that's a tsunami. And darkness will pursue his enemies. What will you plot against, Jehovah? He is causing a complete extermination. Distress will not arise a second time, for they are interwoven like thorns, and they are like those drunk with beer, but they will be consumed like dry stubble. From you will come one who plots evil against Jehovah, giving worthless advice. This is what Jehovah says. Though they were at full strength and numerous, even so they will be cut off, cut down, and will pass away. I have afflicted you, but I will afflict you no more. And now I will break his yoke far from off you, and I will tear your bonds in two. Jehovah has commanded concerning you. Your name will not be perpetuated further. I will do away with the carved images and metal statues from the house of your gods. I will make a grave for you because you are contemptible. It's almost as if like he's talking to this person and that person and this person. Like, okay. For the worthless ones, it's almost as if these verses are missing pieces, right? Missing a whole lot. Or like there was just mixed up. Hold on, here's the bathroom.
See, people think you gotta have everything all set up all perfect. I used to think that. I'm seeing people on YouTube getting subscribers using a selfie. And they just upload that onto their channel. Um, I'm thirsty. I know I ain't got no business drinking this, but hey, sometimes you gotta just be like, man, this juice too tastes good. This juice, I know it's mad sugary. It ain't helping me, but hey. I notice the more I work out, that I'm actually building muscle. And I don't work out, and I just started. But I haven't worked out like extensive. I just do like a few push-ups. Hold them, do them slow. Okay, good. It was your phone? Yeah, I figured that. Cause I was just thinking I wanted to ask you about the current like COVID-19. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
What's my thoughts on it? I
Yeah.
don't know. I think the Democrats are playing like politics with it.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't think it's as bad as what it is. It's bad. I think they're lying about the numbers, the people who from the COVID. You follow me? Because it's like this. It's like this guy. It's
Mm-hmm.
common sense, man. People are so stupid. You're really actually going to shift the blame on him when you guys knew before him with the Obama administration?
Yeah.
You mean to tell me Congress didn't prepare, and yet you're just gonna throw everything on Trump? That doesn't make sense to me. That means everybody dropped the ball.
Exactly.
You follow me? So nah, man. Don't play that game, man. Don't do that. Just because you don't want him, man. You don't want him on a second term. So you're gonna play with the numbers? Nah, man. Nah, I'm not with
I
that.
wouldn't be
So
surprised if they all in cahoots.
they are in cahoots. Wait a minute, God, listen to this. Only way you can predict something is you're controlling it.
Yeah.
How can you predict a pandemic like that
Or
to
the
the
people
letter?
who are.
To the letter. That's stupid as hell. These people got this shit in a tube, in a lab, just like they got everything else. HIV, all this stuff. And what do? They predicted the population was going to be in X amount of numbers. What? Everybody knows this. Some years ago, they predicted the population was going to be like, I forget what they said it was. It was going to be
My guess is
how do you know this?
that
How
they
do you know
were.
a lot of, huh?
My guess is that they did release something hoping that it would kill a lot of people, but it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
People just, our systems are built to just adapt, and I don't know. God
I think they did
protected
that
us.
just to control us. They put another way to infiltrate the chip, to put the chip in us.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
With the
With the
vaccines.
vaccine, the nano
See,
chips,
it
yeah.
really doesn't make sense to me. How are you giving these tests, and why are you giving these tests? People are supposed to quarantine. You have no treatment. You have no vaccine, but yet you're having people coming to the hospitals, right? For what?
Yeah,
To get on
to get a
the
test.
ventilators? To die? You have no treatment. It doesn't make sense. None of it.
And the fact that there's a lot of doctors coming out saying it's some shady business.
Come on, man.
Doctors and nurses like coming out that I know they wasn't doing this before. Why like these new faces on YouTube.
Because it's Yahweh exposing them. And who knows what is the mark of the beast? It says it was written that people will not be able to eat, right, without it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
All of this stuff is written. So I'm not any panic, any of that. I'm not even caught up in. Because I'm leaning totally on your way. I'm not terrified, nothing. I'm just being cautious though. I'm not uh, just running out here all willy nilly,
yeah, yeah, exactly.
being stupid, But I'm using my wisdom.
Man, I've been taking. I'm gonna be real with you. Ever since around this time, I haven't been feeling myself lately. I've been having to take like I had a few health scares where the doctor's telling me I got atrial fibrillation, like something with my heart where it won't stay on the right rhythm. So I've been, yeah. So I've been taking vitamins, herbs, studying,
Organic stuff?
yeah,
Yeah.
like studying Doctor Sabi,
Yeah.
and like that's what's keeping me alive, bro.
Yeah. That's Yahweh. He sent it to me a long time ago. Yes, he did. I've been on it.
I was eating a lot of stuff that wasn't even food.
I know. Everybody. Now the people are woke. There's nothing they can do about it. All of this stuff is written. I'm not scared. You?
Nah, nah.
I'm not scared at all. So you think you
I've been
bought the...
I've been facing. Well, I'm in New York City, so
I know.
you already know.
I know.
I've been on and I've been on the Staten Island ferry, back and forth. That's where all the tourists
What?
is at. Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I'm talking about before the pandemic, before it hit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I think it hit longer than they...
Oh yeah, yeah, it did. Because
They said.
before the announcement, it was like I felt it in November.
That's what my people said in Albuquerque. They felt something in Albuquerque. They almost died. They couldn't even get rid of their little flu thing that they had. But see, I think they're giving it to the people so the people will have to come to the hospitals to get those chips in them. Because look what they're trying to do now in Europe. You hear what these people are saying?
What?
They're promoting the chips.
Hmm.
They're promoting them, yeah. So everybody can be controlled, tracked,
Connected.
monitored.
They're saying so we can be connected and
Yeah. No. Nah, son, I'm good. And then what's that guy? What is he? I forget his position, but
talking about the the doctor. Oh. Hmm. It's, oh, I don't even watch it, to be honest with you. Oh, I know who you talking about. Yeah, I remember that was a while ago. Yeah, please. It makes no sense. What economy? System wasn't it wasn't meant to last in the first place. The system. It was meant to be like to collapse.
because it's a faulty system. It doesn't belong on this earth. The money system, the governments, all of it is all a sham. And it's like it's kind of like it's collapsing right in front of us. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know for sure. Like 40. Yeah. Yeah. It's always around the election. Mm. But people are waking up though. I think that's the what they didn't anticipate. The people waking up because it's because of their shutdown. It gave people time to think. Cause I know that's when I started waking up when I got locked up. I had time to think. I ain't had no choice. I was in the especially when they put me on in the hole. That's when I really, for 3 days, it was like I was in hell, and then it was like this light went off in my head, and I was with yeah when I went to prison. Yeah, it was back when I was in South Carolina. That's why I left, man. They just wanted to lock me up even longer and longer. The longer I stayed, the longer I'd be locked up. So I just left. But I had caught a charge. Long story short, I had got in a fight and they put me in a hole. And for 3 days, I was in hell. Like my mindset was just, I gotta get out of here. And I was just cussing and just all around. I was a madman. And then on the third day, I finally, I had a Bible. I finally just started praying. Then I was like, man, this is some bullshit. I even started talking to God, like, man, what, kind of like on one of the movies Denzel he played Malcolm X, I think. But I was just, was it Malcolm X? The boxer, yeah. It was that. It was like I was kind of like that in a sense. And then I don't know, this peace came over me, and it was like a little in a cartoon, a light bulb just went off in my head, and I don't know, I just I just started coming up with all of these answers, with all these ideas of what I could do once I get out of here, and and started appreciating the time that I had to myself to figure everything out. So by the time I get out, I'll be ready. But once I get out, I still wasn't ready when I got out. That's when you met me when we was working together and stuff. I was just getting out of prison, not too long ago. Yeah, it does something to you. It wasn't that long. I wasn't in there that long. It was like 3.5 months, but it was long enough to, yeah, it's long enough to really, you know, get you. I don't know. It just does something to you. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't a bad experience. I can't say it was bad. It was more like a learning experience, saying the next time you bring your ass in here, it ain't gonna be so pretty. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I left South Carolina. I tried to explain that to Fantasy. She couldn't understand, but that's why I left. I just couldn't. And it wasn't just, yeah. It was just like I always found myself in trouble. And then I came to New York just to visit my aunt because she was sick. And then it's just I felt different when I got here. I was like, shit, you know what? I think I'm gonna stay here. I went back down south, made a little bit more money, and then came back, and that was it. I ain't. And then I visited Fantasy when she was sick, and that was it. That's the last time I was down there. I even when I went to go visit Fantasy, I felt different when I went there. It just weird, man. It was like, man, God dog, man, this place is something about it. It's like it's hexed or something, man. I mean, I love them. I love them. I call them every once in a while, and they ain't calling me, but but I really don't. I mean, I know it's cause I feel like I know it's cause I'm disfellowship, but I don't think it's because of that though. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that's what it means to be wicked. Cause the way I broke down the word wicked was like if you take a wick, right, and you mix stuff up. That's what a wick does. It mixes things up, and love is just one way. It's not all mixed up. It's it's easy. It's one. It's like water. It's like water without the. Oh, wick. Okay, yeah. I'm thinking more like whisk. I'm thinking because wick means like it's something that's dropping. Yeah, yeah. Wicked. We were talking about the wicked. But yeah, where does that word come from? I never really researched it. It's just that they're mixed up. To me, the way I see it is, a person that's wicked is just not one way. They try. Yeah, it's like they one way. They this way. One like how the a man who doubts how he's pushed about in the ocean. You remember that scripture? It's about it's in the Bible. It's talking about a man who doubts, and he's like um a man who doubts is like
Nah, it's in the letters. But anyway, I do need to look up that word wicked, cause wick. What is wick? I remember wick. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna look this up right now. I'm gonna look up the root word wick, cause I'm I'm thinking whisk, a strip or porous material up with which liquid fuel is drawn by capillary action to the flame in a candle, lamp, or lighter.
As a wick is
It's like the
for
what?
candles, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's what it's
Right.
saying. It's saying
Okay.
you know the little string and the candle that
Right.
you light. That's the wick.
Yeah. So they're saying if wick get it burns. It burns slowly. No, it can burn fast as well, but it burns. It's a consistent
Well, I
glow.
mean the wax is what keeps it from.
It sustains it.
Yeah, it's
Right.
sustained by wax.
Right.
Wow, it's like a candle.
So let's just say we burn the wick itself. Oh. Oh.
So a wick is to
Wick
deliver
burnable?
fuel to the flame.
Let's see.
The purpose of a
Flammable?
wick is to deliver fuel
Provoked?
wax to the flame. Acting like a fuel pump, the wick draws the liquefied wax up into the flame to burn.
What are you looking at?
Just wick, just the root word.
Okay. And what does it say?
It says, hold on, I changed it. It's got different meanings. You have verb wick, third person present wicks, past tense wicked, past particle. So yeah, wick is the root word. Um, of a man have sexual intercourse. I don't know what that dip one's wick. Oh, that's just like an expression.
Big one's wick.
Yeah, I never heard of that one, but that's of a man have yeah sexual intercourse. Um,
Huh?
yeah, that's what that. It has different meanings.
That's the phrase?
A wick is it sounds like a stick. Any or the purpose of a
Yes.
wick is to
That's what I know
deliver
it as.
fuel.
What? A stick and some intertwined, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Acting like a fuel pump, the wick draws the liquefied wax up into the flame to burn. Different wick sizes allow for different amounts of fuel to be drawn into the flame.
Absolutely. So it absorbs the wax.
Yeah. Allowing it to, burn because
Oil or whatever. Yes. And depends on how thick it is. The size of it is how long it burns and how bright it burns.
a loosely woven cord that
Yes.
draws fuel by capillary action up into the flame.
And yeah, it says wicked. So it's flammable.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, you say the wrong thing and whoosh.
Yes. Yes.
Wicked.
It's set off. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Provoked. I see it all. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Malice people who likes to hurt. Sadistic.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. See, when I learned also that you can't. I understand what was meant, what he meant by
Well, I mean, it's a the word the word perfect. Like Jesus said, you must be perfect. Yeah, like your Father in heaven. Mm-hmm. He said you must become perfect like your Father in heaven. So what you implying that God wasn't originally perfect, that he had to become perfect? Yeshua. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeshua. Yeshua. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. If well, it's more than just knowledge. You gotta go through the flame to see whether or not you're wicked or not. If you're gonna burn like a candle, he didn't burn with the candle. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But he didn't remember that on Earth. He had to live like us, clueless. Like, hold on, he had to learn. Yep. It took some time for him back. I mean, he didn't know until you got witnesses getting. I got baptized when I was 9. I know. I know. I was serving men, worshiping men in truth. He said, Holy. He said, Holy Spirit and truth, and then I think later on, that's when the apostles took it a step further and set fire. He did to see. I guess that's the test whether you're wicked. If you're gonna withstand the flames, because a candle, a wick can't withstand the flames. It's gonna burn right with the candle. The material, like is it gold? Cause embrace. Mm-hmm. Um, I don't. It was what 40 days and 40 nights. Yeah, to the fullest. It said he didn't eat or drink anything. He had to be made perfect. Yeah, yeah. You had to choose. He had to choose that. He wasn't afraid. He had no fear. He wasn't afraid to die in the wilderness. Because the devil tempted him with bread and everything. He was like, I'm not. What did he say? You you shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't put God to the test. Or you. Oh, he said the reason why he wouldn't make bread from the stone was because you shouldn't use use no, you shouldn't use his power in a worthless way. So, which wow, I ain't even think of that till now. Dag, worth. He ain't eating days, and he was thinking like that. Like that's worthless. Like that's using his power in a worthless way. Maybe there's something like that. They reword stuff and change it, come out with new. Yeah, I know. They created. I didn't know that, but Spanish don't have the letter. The Spanish they don't even have a J in their vocabulary though. Like they say jalapeno, which is why I really question the name Jehovah, the pronunciation of the name, because I was like, it's it says it. It's yeah. Because they didn't teach her to do. They didn't teach her to. Mm, yeah. Mm, wow. Mm, exactly. They need acceptance. They need acceptance from man.
I know it hurts, yeah. For me to look, you think that doesn't hurt me? And the more
Of
and more
course, it
I
hurts.
delve
Yeah.
into it, I find out that she really doesn't love him. Those people ain't hurting. You haven't written them a letter or anything. You know the things that they're going. Oh, they probably deserved it. Really, ma?
Wow.
Yeah. In so many words, she said, "Well, ain't none of my business. Whatever happened. You know what they do. You know how they brush it off. You know how they dust their feet off on the wrong thing.
But they overlooked the fact that Abraham questioned Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Moses
That's right.
questioned him, and Yahweh listened. Yahweh
He
said, "Okay, all
listened.
right, I'm having your way. Let's see what happens."
That's right. He listened. And what did Moses do? Well, after Yahweh said, "Look, I'm pissed off. I'm about to kill these people. I'm going down there to kill these people." What did Moses say? And you know what he said? And what did Yahweh say? Okay, cool. And what does They killed what, 3,000 people? Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Y'all was just this
You.
talk this stool, and yet you go down there and kill these people? Like, what
It's
the?
almost
Make no
as if
sense.
Yahweh knew he was gonna do that anyway. Like
Yahweh incited him.
because not inciting
Nah,
him.
he had
Like
permission.
Yahweh was.
No, I don't believe that.
No, no, no,
I
no.
believe.
I'm not
I'm
saying
just
I'm.
leaving it at that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Which what I was saying is Yahweh felt like they needed to be judged, and Moses said no, give him a chance because he didn't
Yes,
see what Yahweh saw. But
that's
when he
right.
saw it, he felt the same exact way Yahweh felt when
Which was
Yahweh saw.
totally wrong.
Exactly.
That's right. It was totally wrong, and Yahweh saw it through Moses.
Mm,
Follow me? Because he's father. He thinks like this: I can make you, and I can take you. Follow me? You know
exactly.
how our parents
Yeah.
tell us,
Yeah.
"I'll
He.
put you in this
Yeah.
world, I'll take you out." Now, just imagine how he feel when he can actually do that. He had the
Exactly.
power over death. You follow me? That's why
Exactly.
he wanted to live through spirit. That's why he was subtle. I want to find that scripture for you about vanity. He was subtle about it because you know why? He knows this entire world is vanity because he made it for us to enjoy. Everything on this earth he made for us just to enjoy, just to indulge it. But he didn't want us to forget about him, put vanity before him. You see? And what the entire Bible, all Old Testament, yeah, you don't hear him say, "Oh, vanity, don't get caught up in vanity and vanity and vanity," like he says everything else, right?
Yeah.
He subtly he said it one time, and I'm gonna find that scripture for you because he knows why he designed the world for us. It's all vanity, which is fact. We live through spirit, though. We're spirit. Without the spirit, is nothing, right? You wouldn't even be alive.
Exactly. I
You know the
mean,
soul is the spirit, right?
that's that's what you need to be living. That's what animates
Exactly.
the body.
Hey, look how the witnesses played on that. These lying dogs. They are dogs. The witnesses need to be destroyed. They are
They're
the
the same.
false
They're the
prophets. Trust me.
same.
Watch this.
Well,
Come on.
the Pharisees right there. I mean, that's the Pharisees.
Yes, they are. And I think they're worse than the Pharisees. You understand what I'm saying? They may be the same like you said, but I think they're a little worse. And check this out. You know, body and soul are two different things. That's right. It says it right there in the scriptures, and we overlook it. What did he say? Anyone that can destroy the body, don't worry about the one that can destroy the body. You need to
Exactly.
focus on the one that can destroy the soul.
And they try to twist that up
They
and.
twist it talking about it's the spirit. And you see what they do? You see how wicked
But
these
is that
people
not the
are?
same thing? Like that's what they call that. That's a psychological term called uh, gaslighting. Yo, you there?
Yeah, you see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
moon?
Gaslighting. It means like you. Let's say I go to my mother and I open up the book and I ask her, well, why
Wait,
why
and I
is it
missed
that
some things that you said. Did you drop? I think you dropped. I missed
the
something.
yeah my what I was saying was what a lot of what they do is a psychological term called gaslighting.
Yes, yes, yes. That ass.
You
That's
you
what they
you
do.
bring
That's
up
what
a
the
good
term
point and
gassing
it's
you
you
comes from.
you bring up a good point and it's like obvious like okay I can't wear a beard. Why is it that Jesus is able to wear a beard? Oh please they make it like you're crazy. You're thinking too
In
deep.
their books.
That's gaslighting.
But who knew how Jesus looked? Who knows this?
The question is why are you painting him with the beard
I know. I
and
know.
all his apostles, all of the Moses, and then you say I can't wear a
You can't
beard or
wear that.
I won't have any privileges. I'm worldly, and then, because you've been so. if you've been raised in the truth, you don't really know about how the world is, and then you get out in the so-called world, and then you see that they think the same way. Like if you look at the
Yes.
corporate world, normally you want to shave just so you can look presentable
For them.
for them. Exactly. You
That's
gotta
right.
wear
I'm
the
like, what the
corporate
hell is
suit.
presentable? Are you kidding me? You're telling me my guy gonna judge me by my facial hairs? Oh, okay. Thank you. It's nice to know you. You see? And see, if it weren't for all these sex, man, we wouldn't be caught up.
But I mean,
Because
it's fear though. They afraid though.
of course they're afraid. You're still afraid. You're just still. Trust me, man. Let me tell you something. You think I don't talk to my BM like this, about this stuff? She's deep with me, just like you. You and I, all of us, we're together. You know why? We had that stench on us, but we had that fear of like men's not following men's doctrines and living the way how they need us or want us to live. You see what I'm saying? Versus Yahweh. And when I accepted the fact that, hey, no father, no leader, no teacher, not even rabbi, and why?
Exactly.
That's when my eyes were really open. But until I accepted that, see what I'm saying? These people try to play roles that's not, they have no authority over.
Because
You know what I'm saying? You
they
have no
did because
authority
they
over
were
this.
there to block you. They're the weeds.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're there to stop you from growing.
And
That's what weeds do.
That's right. And they wake you up to who you are, what you are. Who are you? What are you? What do you want to be? Huh? And that's when you start to question the right question, asking the right questions, questioning everything, just like he said.
Exactly. That's the thing. Everything that they run and hide from. That's what the book says. They say they want to go go by the Bible, but you open up the Bible and they just miss the
Total
whole
opposite.
point. They don't
The
even want to
total
see it.
opposite of the word, man. They don't follow the word. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They follow their doctrine.
They don't even
don't
follow
follow
that. That's the thing about it.
their
They
doctrine.
don't even
They don't follow
follow
their doctrine.
that. They don't.
Huh?
What I'm saying is they self-righteous. They only pick the pieces that suits
Yes.
them.
Yeah.
But when it comes to really, because I listen to the talks, they're really good talks that make good points. But then, why aren't they applying it? It's because there's hidden messages to get you to be afraid.
No,
And
that's not what it
wherever
says.
there's
Messages,
fear,
that's right. They
wherever
are
there's
alarmists.
fear, you can't. It's like poison.
They're alarmist. Yahweh said, "Don't live like that," but they choose to. If He tells you not to worry about the next day, and these people are talking about Armageddon, something they have no authority over, talking about when the time is going to come, talking about peace at last, and all this extra stuff, and it just started at this year and that year. Are you kidding me? You're telling me it started 19. My mother they actually believe it started 1914. Do you believe this?
I used to
What about
believe
those
that.
people who got tortured prior to this? Huh? At the first millennium? Over what? Christianity, because he warned them. He said, in my name, they're going to do these things. Because of me.
Yeah.
Because of me, they're going to do this to you. Because you're showing love to the world. The simplest thing in the world, right? It's more free than anything, right? But yet, malice feels better. Feels richer, right? Revenge.
Punishment.
And all this stuff. Because that's what it's all about. With the opposite of that simple. See, because life is not complicated. It's not all the laws. It's not all that stuff. It's just love. It's just love and hate. That's it. That's life. Right?
Yeah.
Just that simple. But we make it about the law and this and that. It ain't about no damn law. Because at the end of the day, the law is love. That's what he said.
Yeah, he said that. He said all the
law
laws.
is love.
He said
That's
the
the new
Mosaic.
covenant.
He said the Mosaic law hangs upon that.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is where Yahweh messed up. He shouldn't have given them that power to lapidate people, judge them, kill them, destroy them. He should have never given them that power. Never,
But
ever.
who says he did? You gotta
He
remember
did.
the
They
ones
are to
who.
be put
Well,
and all this extra stuff.
Moses, didn't he write the first few books, the first 5 books?
He what?
Moses,
He
he
did what?
he well, from what I know, from what I was told, Moses,
Right.
the witnesses, that's what they teach, that Moses
That's what they
wrote
teach.
the
Moses wrote
five
that.
the 5 books.
Right.
I even read that somewhere a
Yeah.
while ago, that it was Moses, which
If that's true,
is like there's some prejudice or some bias there.
in the first 5 books, from what I see, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Genesis, Exodus,
But we really don't
and
know who
Joshua.
wrote it. We don't know who wrote it. I mean, it's like
Let's just say,
that's not even in. That's not even the.
Let's just entertain it. If he wrote the book, if he wrote those 5, you said, is there any
Bias.
partiality in it?
Yeah.
Bias in it? Okay.
Because I mean, I see it when I do read it. I'm not
I
gonna
don't
lie.
see any bias in it.
When I see the fact that Moses was a Levite, and the fact that the Levites were the high priests, and that they had the power, they were the ones. The Pharisees were the sons of the Levites. They were Levites. And that's why Jesus said it. He said, you are just like your father.
Yeah.
He wasn't just, I could be wrong, but I don't think he was talking about Satan. I think he was talking about Moses.
This wicked people.
I was saying he was Moses. He was talking about Moses. He
What?
said, "You are a man. You're a man. You're a manslayer, just like your father." Because Moses was the manslayer. Remember, Moses killed, even if those for the right reason. You argue, but he still killed. Remember, he was the one who stood up and killed the Egyptians, and then he fled the city.
Right.
Moses was a Levite. It said that when he was born, he was a Levite, son of a Levite. And if you right in Genesis, like the end of Genesis, I think Jacob, when he was was it Jacob? Israel. Yeah, it was Jacob. Right before he died, he prophesied to his sons. And what he said about the Levites is that they would be cruel and harsh to the people. That was one of the prophecies of the Levites. And I mean, but then again, I can't say he was biased, because I mean, why would he want to clean that up? But
when you say bias, you meaning Moses being biased?
I mean, if he's the writer writing about his own life story, maybe he want to make himself look good. But I mean, he was pretty odd. I mean, why wouldn't he leave that out, that he was a Levite? And why wouldn't he leave the fact, it was a prophecy right before Jacob died. That's when his name was Israel. Right before he died, he prophesied. I mean, I got the Bible right here. 49. I know that because I kept reading, and I'm like, and I was putting the pieces together. It said, and Jacob called his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you what will happen to you in the final part of the days. When he said that, I was like, okay, this is a prophecy. And then he says, assemble yourselves and listen, you sons of Jacob. Yes, listen to Israel, your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my vigor and the beginning of my procreative power, the excellence of dignity and the excellence of strength. With recklessness like turbulent waters, you will not excel, because you have gone up to your father's bed. At that time, you defiled my bed. He actually went onto it. Then it says, Simeon and Levi are brothers. Instruments of violence are their slaughter weapons. Into their company do not come, O my soul. With their assembly do not join, O my honor, because in their anger they killed men. For their pleasure they hamstrung bulls. Cursed be their anger, because it is cruel, and their fury, because it is harsh. Let me disperse them in Jacob, and let me scatter them in Israel.
And who is this speaking?
He was speaking to Simeon and Levi.
Jacob.
Levi.
This is Jacob speaking.
Yeah, remember he had 12 sons. He was talking to all 12.
You know what? And that's another thing about the prophet, the prophet. Let's just say, is it prophetizing? No, it's not. To prophesize, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Prophecy. They're prophecies. They, a lot of those were warnings. You know that, right? Because they could have changed their future.
Yeah,
You follow me?
exactly.
They were warnings. You know what I'm saying? And it was saying if you continue this path, this is what's going to happen. Right? Because
Yeah.
you got to look at the fact that, hey, he is a merciful God. He warned Cain, didn't he?
Yeah.
If Cain couldn't have changed, why would he warn him?
Yeah.
He said it was lurking at his door, right? The evil. He didn't know exactly what the evilness was. Well, I guess he knew eventually he would kill him. I know he knows what jealousy does.
Yeah.
Because of what it did to Satan and all, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so my thing is, I don't get it. Why do you think Moses was?
Well, I was taught that Moses was this faithful thing, guy, and I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm not saying he wasn't, but what I'm saying, as far as what I read,
Moses was a bitch.
that's what I'm. As far as what I read, I didn't see a lot of
He was a bitch.
like notorious good.
No disrespect, and Yahweh understands what I'm saying. But look, let me tell you something. That's why
He
was afraid from the
he was just like the Pharisees. Like, if you really read the stuff he said and did, and that's why God punished him. He said you won't see it into the promise. He actually took credit for one of the miracles, for I think turning the water into
I think that was the clincher, but he was doing too much from the beginning. That just led up to that. You follow me? Because the dude was a bitch from the beginning. Yahweh had to practically beg him. And then Yahweh told him, you are God to these people. That's powerful. You are God to these people. You know that, right? You know that? Yeah, those exact words. And I'm like, oh my God, Yahweh made him proxy? He was Yahweh's proxy. That's wicked. Yahweh, this dude don't even know the power. His bitch ass was in resistance. Yo, I can't do this and everything. Nigga, because of what? Like, what? You stutter? What? Okay. He kept on, man. Trying to, like, really? Okay, get your brother Aaron, whatever. Alright? I mean, right? Aaron was his brother, right?
Yeah.
Get him. And he'll be my speaker.
I mean, you gotta think about it. Like, really put yourself in his shoes. He ain't know what he was about to be, what God was about to use him for.
Yo, man, are you serious?
He did.
That's that's what I'm talking about. He didn't have it from the beginning.
Like, it's one thing to read about something and imagine it, but then to really walk through it and be like, yo, this is for real. This is for real. This is the real deal.
What did he do from the beginning?
That's when the flesh kicks in and questions.
What did he do from the beginning?
He questioned God.
I'm saying.
Well, he didn't. He questioned his. Oh, well, he was in a burning bush. A burning bush.
Thank you.
That's all. Yeah, that's all you need. But then once he realized that he did have God's power, it went to his head.
Yes, but look at this. Look, no lie, no nothing. I mean, no disrespect to Yahweh. I don't have to say this, but I just don't want to stumble you. You know what they say about when you stumble. I'm not saying that you're weak, but I don't want you to fall off because, you know what I'm saying? Think something totally different because out of disrespect. No. first snake to represent him.
Mm.
That's a false god. And I say like this, I don't need no copper snake to know my God exists. And he did all of that.
Well, what if that's the point? What if that's the, but see, what if that's the point of, that's what I was trying to ask you earlier about the Bible being kind of manipulated and changed. Because what I'm saying is, what if that never happened and he's watching you right now just to see if you can.
See what you're doing? You're not listening.
All right.
You cut me off and you don't let me finish, and that's
Okay,
how you get caught up. That's how you get these different thoughts. Listen to what I'm saying.
All right.
Why is he allowing me to see this? Why? Why? I questioned it. I did. I felt just like you. I said, wait a minute, this can't be true. Mama, that's a false God. Why would he need a false God to let people know he really exists? You know why? Because he's merciful like that. He ain't egotistical like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll make a mistake to show you what this really is all about. To show you a mistake is not what you think it is. It's just an eye-opener. I'm merciful like that. I believe and I love you like that. I will sacrifice my ego, my this, my that, to show you I believe in you. Believe in yourself. He made that copper snake so that people could look at it, and what happens? They were saved. Why not anything else? When you already, and then you write in the law, do not worship false gods. Huh? Why did you have to make a copper snake your God? Follow me? Out of love. Just believe in the snake, children. You see how merciful he is?
I don't see how that's merciful by believing in a snake, though.
Huh? What'd you say?
Like, how is that merciful by a copper snake?
Creating, because he wanted people to live. He didn't want them to die.
And he knew that would work?
Yes. Do you remember in Judges when he kept falling back and you would read certain parts in the Bible and there was no judge then? There were no ruler. Yahweh had let him go for a minute, just like he let us go right now. And you remember the woman that made the tear from her son stole some money, and he came back guilty and revealed to his mother that he did it, and then his mother took the silver or whatever it was and made a tear from a god out of it. Huh? Remember that? And the mercy that he showed?
Nah, I don't remember that.
Read it, God.
Because usually when they did something like that, they was stoned or something.
That's what I'm saying. See, he was merciful. He fell back. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. He's wonderful. That's my God. Every time I think about it, it really hits me. Oh, man, I tear up, man. I'm saying, man, he is so loving. And every time he let him go, like, okay, y'all want to do your own thing, children? You want to run amok? Okay. Guess what? He say, okay, I'm going to do this and do that, right? Just like a loving father would do. But soon as his children get in trouble or something like that, he's in the cut. And he raised a judge, a savior, every time. That's right. Read it. It says it. And it got to me. I'm saying, oh my God, he's awesome. Like, oh, but he's so merciful. He's still waiting on us to come to him. And we don't realize he already chose us when he made us. Allowed us to still live and exist. He chose us. We got to choose him. We were supposed to choose him from day one, but we didn't. We keep failing.
It was
and everybody want to be feel special. Oh, we're the chosen ones. So act like it then. Act like it. And be perfect like your Father in heaven. And show that quarter what he wants. Because that's the only thing you can give. You can get all the money and all the material things you want. You can shine as bright as you want with all this vanity. But when at the end of the day, are you taking care of your fellow man? Are you spreading the word? Huh? That Yahweh is the God that gets all of that glory. Are you doing that? If you ain't doing that, you ain't nothing. You're garbage. You're trash. You're worthless. Because that's all he wants. Ain't nothing else you can do. Nothing. Now, amount of field services, you're supposed to live that field service, on your job, at the grocery store, other to your neighbors. You know, everything limit.
Everywhere.
It ain't no dedicated time. You got to put in an X amount of hours. What the hell? You collecting money? You're collecting money? Here I am thinking the Bethlehem had a farmland, you know, land taking care of people and all this stuff. My mother lied about that as well.
Nah, they slaving people out there, man.
Slaving them for book. What do they call that? Paper slaves?
Man,
These people.
that's cult.
Yeah, that is a cult because they got secrets.
Yeah.
You don't know everything about them.
Man, you can't just go up to their house and be like, hey, brother, I just wanted to meet you and just know what it's like to be an anointed person. You can't just knock on their door like that. They're gonna be like, man.
And guess what? Guess what on that anointed stuff? Guess what he showed me? That's a lie. Only he knows his chosen ones. Because didn't he say, even the chosen ones may be misled?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
After he's told them, no rabbi, no father, no leader, no teacher. Father in heaven is Father, and I am the teacher and the leader. Yeshua. That's right. Right? You know why he said that? Come on, man. It's common sense. Nobody can lead anyone. No one can do that. They're the only ones.
Yeah, he said no. He said something about the man trying to get in, get into the kingdom some other kind of way.
Yeah.
Except through through me. You gotta go through me.
To go through the governing body.
Exactly.
Governing body. Since when?
And that right there ain't gonna work because he already said anybody trying to do it some other kind of way is just not gonna work.
How many times did they write the Revelations book? Rewrite it?
They wrote another one?
I don't know. It's a lot. I'll tell you that much.
I bet you now they could definitely write a new one with this COVID. Maybe they got
Still
to.
trying to predict the end. Still trying to predict the end.
But this whole pandemic blows the whole thing out the water. Because according to them, like the ministry, once it stopped, that's it.
Ooh, you're right.
That's it. Remember that? I know I know it because my mom's used to repeat it over and over. Like,
hey, yo, God, my mother told me that a long time ago. Once it stopped, nobody would have the Bible and all that. You could read and everything. You see how they're trying to take religion away?
And they said they made it like, okay, when the Great Tribulation come out, they're still gonna be preaching. They said this. They still gonna be preaching. They still gonna be.
Why? You know where they get it from?
What?
You know Russell, right? You know where he started, right? The organization where he came from.
He was a Freemason.
What do they call those people?
He was a Mason.
That organization that he came from. What's the first guy name?
You
Russell,
talking about
right?
Rutherford or something?
No, I'm talking
Russell,
the founder.
Yeah, the founder. He was a Mason. He was to the highest Mason. I know for a fact because on his grave site right here in New York, it says it.
What's his organization that he's from? You know what he started out?
Catholic.
Religion. It starts with an A. Av is something.
You talking about the Gnostics? No.
I don't know if that's it's something.
I don't even think that's the word. I think it's just.
They were known for predicting the end, right? So it trickled.
You talking about the
Pentecost?
Pentecostal, or the 7 day Adventist?
What do you call it?
7 day of Adventist or something.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
That's it. They're known for predicting the end, right? So it trickled over into the Jehovah's Witnesses. So what they
but it goes deeper than that. It was all planned. Like I said, he's a Freemason. These dudes control. They control religion. It's a buddy of mine that lives down south. It's a white guy. He told me everything up there to know about Masons, and broke it down, like how they basically are the founders of religion. Or I wouldn't say the founders, more like the fathers of religion. Like they they keep they supposed to be waiting on Jesus to return and some kind of, but there's, of course, there's different sections, different groups,
Yeah, they got different factions.
all over
Yeah,
the world,
yeah.
but collectively, it's supposed to be religious, and the highest this guy was the highest degree, so they all, not all of them, but the highest degree ones had their own religions, and like it's true that he was a part of that Seventh Day Adventist, and then he um came up with the Bible students, and then it later on turned into, but a lot of those Freemason symbols is in the, like, the Watchtower. Like the Watchtower slogan is one of those. The tower, it has, that Watchtower has something to do with masonry. Like Watchtower, the name. Even they even had a movie about, like, it was like a one of the Marvel comic type movies, but I think it was a DC movie. They, but like that. But anyway, make a long story short, that it's all a part of some type of scheme, And just like I was telling my brother when we was doing the windows together, like I asked him, I said, what if, I said, the whole disfellowship in theory, how I could like dispute that? If that's true, like let's say that's true, that you can't talk to me, and if you did, like if they didn't have the disfellowship in, then that would like mess up the whole congregation, because they use the illustration with Achan and all of that. Well, yeah, Achan basically, they went out to fight a war, the Israelites, and they lost the war. Come to find out, is because Achan kept some of the, yeah. So they used that as, as an illustration. So I said, well, bam, there's my point right there. Well, what if one of the anointed or the governing body was to do something, right? Wouldn't that trickle down to the entire organization? And isn't that the reason why Jesus didn't want religion in the first place? Because of the massive effect it would have if just one person was to, one apple spoil the whole bunch. And he just kind of ignore, oh yeah, whatever. But
because they don't want to see. They love being told what to do. See, Yahweh's people are free. They're not. See what I mean?
that's why I want you to check out Ralph Smart, man, on YouTube, cause this guy he got like thousands of videos, man.
White guy?
Nah, it's a black dude in the UK. He got a London accent. When I first watched him, I thought he was kind of weird because he has these little certain stuff he says is funny though. But when you listen to this dude talk, man, he is really saying some real stuff. Like everything we saying, but he's not. Now he isn't referencing the Bible. He's more like trying to wake people up to get them to realize that they've been, they've been they've been duped,
Yes.
and that we are the chosen ones, and encouraging people to
See,
eat
that's what I'm
right.
saying. People all this crap about being the chosen ones. Shut the hell up. Only Yahweh knows that. We don't have that. I mean, look. He had a chosen people. That's it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, back then, had past tense. His chosen ones.
Well, he's not directing it towards anyone, like any particular one. He's just saying, if you realize basically what me and you realize, then you are the chosen one. You woken up. Congratulations. You finally see the light. Yeah. Like I said, you gotta really listen to what he's saying and how he's using it.
But
Like,
the chosen ones for what? To spread the word. And if it's nothing pertaining to the law,
I mean, he's talking about love. This dude is talking. That's what I'm saying. He's saying things when he's talking about love. He's talking about, of course he got his YouTube. He's got it monetized. He sells T-shirts and stuff like that.
But see, you can't do that. You got to give all glory to Yahweh. And see, it looks to me that he wants the glory as well. He wants to feel special too. Is he even mentioning God's name?
Yahweh? No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's very important. How would you know? It's like it says there are many gods and many lords, but there's only one, and people have to realize that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That way, it'll be a true eye opener, not this half stuff. We're the chosen Israelites, because that's what.
No, he's not saying that. He's not saying it like
Chosen
that.
people. Is that what he chosen to do? What though?
Really, just to enjoy. The way he put it is we're multi-dimensional beings having a human experience.
Huh? See, that's what I'm saying. What kind of glory? That's no glory to Yahweh. That's very important there. You have to acknowledge him. That's what all of this is really about. Glory to Yahweh. So you got to look at the big picture. Look, listen. He doesn't need us. Just remember that, okay? Okay? He doesn't need us. So why are we here? Out of love.
Okay.
So you give glory to him. That's why he didn't make. Look, Yahweh saw it. Okay, he's got mad foresight, right?
Yeah.
He's omnipotent, right? Pretty much. He knows not everything because we're unpredictable beings, right? Right?
Yeah.
We're unpredictable because Cain could have changed, right?
Yeah.
Right? And you remember the king that did all those terrible things, but yet as soon as he realized he was doing so much wrong, I mean he did wrong.
Yeah.
It was sackcloth and ashes, and Yahweh forgave him immediately, and he showed him mercy, and he said, "You will not suffer or be punished, but your offspring," knowing because he knew his offspring was going to be evil. You know what I'm saying? Bad.
Yeah.
It was going to, you know what I'm saying, carry over into the next generation because they took on it was instilled, those traits, those vices, right?
Yeah.
Not to say that those people couldn't have changed, right? You remember?
Yeah.
You got to read. And a lot of that happened. Just like, was it Hezekiah, the priest, when he found the scrolls and saw that they were doing a lot of things out of scope. I mean, it wasn't, you know what I mean? They were just really off about a lot of things. And then
Yeah.
the king ripped his garments, right? And then he immediately, and he was a young man, he immediately changed everything, called everyone, summoned everyone, brought them together, and corrected everything that they did. And then see, he emphasized that. You see what I'm saying? That Yahweh loves that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Immediate, and that's when, see, like when if Adam would have said, "Forgive me, Yahweh, I was stupid," if he would have
I was just thinking about that earlier. I said, what did they, ask for forgiveness? Did they think to ask for forgiveness? No. That's why they wasn't forgiven.
That's right. And it wasn't even prayer back in the day. You know that?
All he said was, "It was the woman you gave me." He didn't say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I messed up."
That's it.
He just said, "It was this chick you gave me."
That's right.
And God was like, "Well, you gonna die," and he was
You're
like,
gonna die with him.
and it was just like, "Oh well," and it was just like, "Oh well,"
I know, right?
just like most people, like people today, right? Just okay, all right, whatever.
Okay.
But then when they started getting old and shit, they was like, "Oh man, I done fucked up."
Because you know why? Because that's when it says they could call on.
They didn't even. I don't even think. You think they believed them?
That's the thing. I don't know.
They probably questioned the fact whether they was gonna die. They probably about 5-10 years into it, they was like, "Man, shit, we good." Man, we thought we was dead. Man, get the fuck out of here. We good. Now realizing
But hey,
yeah.
they had to. When they did, they were kicked out of the garden. So I'm pretty sure they felt it.
Well, yeah,
They were eating of the tree of life.
they knew something was up, but they.
Yeah, once they
But that's where the fear kicked in, right there. They was afraid. They didn't know what was going to happen, and then eventually they got complacent.
Yeah, and then I think they started to become humble because you remember it mentions, and then when they had Seth, they called on his name. They could call on his name.
Yeah,
You remember?
they said with God's help, they, he was born or something.
Gave us another son because of Cain, because it gave us, Abel. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
people of the day, they do the same thing, lip service.
lip service, baby. Because they don't know. They're so caught up in all the laws, the doctrines, the stupid stuff. They can't see the simple, like he said, keep the eye simple. It's simple what I want from you. Can't you see? It's nothing else you can give me. I know I did all these things with this vanity and stuff like this, making the copper snakes, making all of this stuff, carrying the ark, just to know
But
that
isn't
I'm
he
with
just
you.
really saying, just enjoy life?
Yes. Just enjoy life, love each other, spread the word, acknowledge me. That's what he wants. Put me first. Me. That's what he wants. Just that simple. Put me first. And I will take care of you. But if you put anything else before me, you know what it is. And how do you put him first? Show quarter. Love your brother. Love your enemy. Pray for your enemy. Feed your enemy.
But even if you trying to, like, let's say you trying to start a business, and you want to put him first, but like you don't know where to draw the line at between putting him first and not,
In the business.
neglecting your business. That
What do you mean? Yahweh will walk with you, carry you through your business. That's nothing to even think about.
just keep him first.
Yes. It's nothing you can do for Yahweh. I know you're still stuck on their laws. You got to go out and field service. You got to do
No,
this.
no,
You
no,
gotta,
no,
no.
no, nah. I'm just trying to get in, get it in perspective. Because I mean, this.
And life is so simple. He's telling you, man, look, put me first. Pray. Pray for your enemy. I want the extraordinary.
But who is the enemy? Is it the
Whoever your enemy is. Whoever the person that,
that
vexed you.
yeah,
That vexed you in a way. And
exactly.
it's hard for you to forgive or let go or whatever the hell.
Yeah. Usually
Yeah.
it's my woman, right?
There you go.
That's the only one. I asked that because that's the only ones I can think of. Is these women, my baby mamas, my other baby mamas, like they, like dang.
Love the hell out of him.
Yeah.
Just keep it honey.
Exactly.
Yep.
They
Just
want.
love the crap.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I know you hate me and everything. Yeah, okay, I'm a bum right now, broke or whatever the case may be. I don't care. But I love you, and hey, whatever you need, I got it at the moment. You can have it. You got it. And then randomly, like, just throw him stuff.
Yeah.
It's the best I got. You know what I'm saying? Maybe nothing, but hey, it ain't even gotta be no words. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or whatever. Or just some sound advice. You know what I'm saying? Being their best friend. You may end up being their best friend and their mate. Now you may be closer than their mate. You know what I'm saying? That type of stuff. You know, giving them sound advice. All glory to Yahweh.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Because I know if they flourish, my children flourish.
What's that?
I know if they flourish, my children flourish.
Yes. You see? You see how it works? It's just like that.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. No malice.
Exactly.
When you find yourself getting caught up in that malice, you
Yo, I caught myself the other day. I really did. And I realized it. I caught myself I kind of talked myself out of it, actually. I thought, I was like, man, yo, Jesus said if somebody want to take you to court, man, give them double. Matter of fact, here, take the shirt off my back. It's nothing because this is nothing. This stuff comes and goes.
Yep. As long as you're doing right,
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, that ain't gonna happen. Unless she's just a malice individual and you just got caught up and you're being punished for life.
Nah.
Right? It is what it is.
Yeah. It's
When you're doing right 9 times out of 10, you ain't gonna bring that stuff on yourself. You won't have that type of trouble. You just won't. It doesn't happen like that.
I mean, I even if I'm doing right, it's gonna be a test, one way or the other, to see what I do, what I'm gonna do.
Everything is a test. I look at everything as a test. Everything. Everything good that comes to me. Oh my God, thank you, Yahweh. I know this ain't nobody but you.
Cause soon as I think I'm doing good and I'm spiritual, yeah, it's all love. Next, I get tested. I'm ready to kill somebody, and I'm like, yo, and I had to stop and think, like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, where does this hatred come from?
What is on you, man? Because you're still caught up in the witness thing, man.
Yeah.
You haven't truly found Yahweh yet. You gotta let go. You gotta let yourself go. You gotta let yourself go and give it all to Yahweh. I know you've heard this before. I know you have plenty of time. I have too.
Yeah.
But I know exactly what it means now. Because I don't care. I said, I don't care what happens. Go ahead, let it happen. I know Yahweh, you're with me. I know you're with me. Because he knows who I am. He knows that I love people. He knows that I seek to love my enemy. I seek out my enemy. I can see he gives me wisdom, right, to see my enemy at any point, any moment, any gesture, anything. he allows me. He gave me that gift. You follow me? I know when I have made an enemy immediately, and I can correct it.
Exactly.
With humility, being very apologetic, and and not being afraid to be wrong, and with no pride.
Exactly.
You follow me? And that protects me. That's like integrity.
That's
it
love.
Protects you. Keeps you from getting caught up in people, and they make fools of themselves. You know what I'm saying? Getting caught up in all their, emotions and stuff.
Exactly.
They learn things about self as well. You follow me? That's why I take everything as constructive, because I'm not I don't only, let's say, if I'm saying it correctly, criticism. I take all criticism as constructive, because I not only learn of me, but I learn of the person as well. Versus getting mad and, they're just a hater, being judgmental.
Yeah.
Not seeing the big picture. You know what I mean? You can see that a lot of people have ulterior motives, and they really don't speak their heart.
Yeah.
And they harbor things and all type of stuff. I'm telling you,
that's the stuff that can get. Boy, I'm telling you, that's the kind of stuff that used to get to me. Still kind of does, but yeah, that it's just I don't understand, man. Like, why be so? But now I'm starting to see it that they're just doing it to themselves.
Right, they don't know. See how it comes full circle each time? Check it out. Hey, brother, this stuff is profound. We need this. Check this out. Yeshua, I don't know whether he pissed Yahweh off when he said, "Why have you forsaken me?" But that was totally wrong.
I mean,
you follow me?
I wouldn't say totally.
Yes, it was totally wrong. I know these things sound crucial. They sound hard, but no, Yahweh wants us to see it. He does. I know he wanted me to see it. Because after he did that, he fades away. The earth shakes.
Yeah.
The curtains rip, right? And then those people from the grave come alive. Huh?
Yeah, I keep on forgetting about that part. That actually happened. Like,
They
yo.
come alive, and that was a marvel to see. They saw that. Watch how they emphasize on that. Read it. You see? But those brothers ain't gonna tell you that. They ain't gonna teach you that. You see what I'm saying?
Nah,
Because,
they skip over it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And those are the things he wants us to see. Why? Why would you shake the ground and do all this? Were you mad because of what they did to Yeshua, period? Or what Yeshua said? I don't know. I can't say. I can't put my finger on it, but look at that. He raised the dead then. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he allowed us to see that. Because I had to actually look up the word forsaken when I knew what it meant. Because I didn't want to believe.
Forsaken is like, man.
You left me, abandoned me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why have you abandoned me?
Yes. And he says, if it's your will, he said, take this cup away from me. But if it's you, he said, whatever,
You
Like,
gotta
how much
you gotta realize that he was still
Uh-huh.
in the body,
Uh-huh. But that's
and
no
that
excuse.
flesh.
That's no excuse. No, 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 no,
Yes,
no.
it is.
They got nothing to do with it. No. What
That's
about
why
the
he
ones
has
that did
mercy on,
that
because
died gracefully?
that's not fair. It's not
What do you mean
fair
it's not fair?
because I
What do
mean
you mean?
I'm not I wasn't there, but I'm just like, man, come on. How much can you ask the man to do before he break? You get what I'm saying?
Everything.
I mean, he broke. I mean, rightfully
And
so.
not to say that
It
I'm
was
better, I'll
at the
do
last.
better. I'm not saying that, but
It was at his last breath.
he saw everything. He watched Father do everything.
Yeah, but he had
Who cares
experience.
about that stinking, nasty flesh? He was the cloud. He was the light.
Yeah, but
the
when
sky
you up
that guided
there
the Israelites.
with
He is the
pins
Prince
and
of Harmony.
them some big old nails they put through his arms. He's in
I don't
pain.
care.
He's suffering.
I don't. Before he even got to the nails, he sweat.
It's
tears
at that
of blood.
point.
I mean, he sweat blood, right?
So he was afraid.
He was seriously afraid, and I think he was even more afraid because of the fact of him doing all of that good, and they still wanted to kill him. He couldn't wrap his mind around it.
It had the man think about it, man.
Agonizing.
That had to been a lot of suppression going on.
Yes, he did nothing but good. Now I can understand a person would did bad and like, yeah, I deserve it. This is karma. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That justifies that. But I'm just saying him. I can imagine too. I'm saying I can see that, but still, you.
He
That's
got
why
mad.
had to go with
He
40
got mad.
40 days and 40 nights for the beginning because when it hit him, it probably gave him a vision what he was going to go through.
And
You know what I'm
to have to anticipate something like that, and then
Woo!
he still went through it. Still say, you know what?
Yeah,
I'm
he
still
prevailed.
I'm
He
still
prevailed,
going.
but the way he did it, it wasn't gracefully to me. No disrespect, and Yahweh knows that. He knows how I feel, so I'm not gonna. I can't hide that, and I hope I'm not stumbling you by saying this.
Nah,
All I'm
nah.
saying is, let's go out in grace.
I just rightfully disagree. That's all.
Okay, then. That's it.
Like, yeah, it's easy for me to do that, like you said, because I'm a sinner. Yeah, I deserve this.
See, that's
But
easy.
for him to,
But what about I'm saying if you were the one from the beginning that saw all of this, maybe he didn't have that part. No, he had to have all of it. I think he gave him all of it.
I
In order
mean,
for him to like really push on. He had to give him all of it. Don't you think? I'm just saying, I'm just the fact of you being the very first, you being here so long, dude. You watched everything from the beginning, man.
yeah, but in a human form, the human form can only remember so much. It's not.
Look, I know
I don't
there's
know.
no excuse.
I'm making excuses for him, but I'm
Yes, you are making excuses because the guy that was dying right next to him.
I'm just saying that.
Check the man. He told the man, "Yo, man, this is what he. How did he put it? How did he phrase it about dying?"
Maybe he never said that. Maybe they just put that in there to get you.
Yo, he said it. I believe he said it. Why have you forsaken me? Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do. Huh? That's right. That's what he said.
That
Like in
was
the
a
same
question,
breath, right?
though. That's a question.
What? Why have
Everybody,
you forsaken me?
yeah.
Why would you even question that? He is the God of life and death.
He questioned it when he was suffering. That's a pass, man. I'm sorry. He just gets a pass for that.
Of course it's a pass. He's coming back.
He get a pass on that. I mean, his father.
But I'm just saying. Look. Those are just my opinions.
I know.
These are just things I see.
I get what you're saying though. That would have been
a lot of things.
that would have been perfect if he was like to just do that. But
You said it would have been perfect.
yeah, that would have been
Yeah,
perfect.
no.
But
I know. More people would have died.
I can't call that a sin. That was a question.
No. I didn't say it was a sin. I said, you need
Maybe that was the
you need
closest thing to but it wasn't. But it was. He got close to
yeah, he got close. Very close if it wasn't.
because it was almost. It was sneak dissing.
Huh?
That's kind of like sneak dissing. Like, why have you forsaken me right before he died? Like he been wanting to say something the whole time, and
You know what? But he's been. That's the thing. How many times was he ministered to? How many times did he come to
that's
him?
true.
You see, that's how you knew
That
he
it,
was weak.
yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? He was weak. He ain't as strong as people make him out to be. No matter how y'all perfect, y'all. I mean, good. He made him. He
Yeah,
wasn't supposed to be perfect and sustain, prevail, do whatever it took to glorify Yahweh. To know that He had my back. You know, He's got my back. I'm, I'm just weak right now, and I think that's what they were demonstrating. How weak you can be. No. See, it comes back full circle again.
and still come out
You can't blame the flesh. You can't blame the flesh. You
exactly
can't blame the
because
flesh, bro.
it's
'Cause the
saying that you could.
angels, yeah, and all
It's
these
saying
things, you
if he
can't
could
blame the
do it,
flesh.
you
He was
could
just
do it.
weak. Huh?
It's saying if he could do it, you could do it.
That's right.
There's no excuse. I don't want to hear no imperfection, nothing. Cause I
Nope.
could. He said I could have messed up just like you, but I didn't.
I prevailed. And I didn't have to do this. We didn't have to do this. We don't have to do any of this, but we did it for you. But my thing is how he stood when he said that. My thing is, what was the message that when he said, "Why have you forsaken me?" See, that bothers me. Father would never forsaken us. So why was that known? Why was that prevalent? Like emphasized? Why?
Why have you forsaken me?
You know why? To show that he was weak. We could be weak, and he still would be merciful. Yep. Yep. As long as you prevail. Yep. See, he gives you the answer. And I've said it so many times, different ways, but really never really thought about it like this. You know what I'm saying? He's really merciful. It comes full circle each time. He is merciful.
hmm.
He is loving. His own son questioned the fact, "Why have you forsaken me?" And he still forgave him. Because
But I mean, wouldn't you think? But think about that. Hold on. First of all,
no. See, he brings this
but
spirit is
but
moving.
that
The
that
spirit is moving.
why
The
would
spirit is
he? Why
moving.
would he be? Wouldn't that make him kind of whack to be offended by that though? Hear his
Yahweh?
son? Yeah, Yahweh
No,
wasn't sitting up there
okay. See, it
on
comes
the
full
state.
circle. It comes full circle. Listen to me. You
Yeah,
remember Caleb, whatever? Caleb?
yeah.
You remember them?
Caleb.
And Joshua? Caleb? You remember when they went to spy on the land?
Okay, yeah.
And those people, all that fear? And he said they will not go to the promised land over that? Huh? Yeah. Yes, sirree. Every time, you see? This is loud. This is Yahweh allowing me to see this stuff. See, he changed. See, you remember how hostile he was from the beginning?
Yeah.
And then he became very merciful. He fell off a few times from his people. He let them get captured and all this stuff, but he was always in the cut, waiting on us. I know it sounds cool and cool, but hey, watch it. It's written just like for us to see. He wants us to see it like that. That's right. Just ask for me. I'm there. Just say you are my ride or die. I'm there. I got you, dog. But the day that you forsake me, the day that you say that uh, 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 you are not with me, I'm not with you.
Hmm.
Because look what he did to them. He made the children watch them die in the desert. They couldn't even go to the promised land because they were so. And I'm like, dang, Yahweh, you ain't gonna show them no mercy just because they didn't have the faith. Talking about at the moment off a sea and everything, you split the sea and everything, they still didn't believe. They built the calf, you still show some mercy there. I mean, listening to Moses, then you allow Moses to do all these things. And the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, why
Yeah,
would
but
you
you
show
gotta
them
remember
mercy?
everything wasn't recorded. Like
Huh?
every little thing wasn't recorded.
But I guess the
I
most
mean, that
important
might have
things
just
that.
been the straw that broke the camel's back, you know?
No, that was from the beginning. You remember?
Cause them people was, man, the stuff
That
that
was
they
from the
was.
beginning. That's why they stayed in the desert so damn long. He told them that 40 years until he got rid of the men of war, that were against him, the murmurers. You know, the ones that murmured
Yeah.
against him. 40 years he made them stay in the desert, and the children watched that. Watched them die before they made it to the promised land, only because of that. And you mean to tell me he ain't gonna feel that way about Yeshua? Huh? He wasn't supposed to feel that way for him saying something like that?
Man, that's you can't compare them in the
It's the
wilderness.
same thing. Listen, look, listen. I'm just saying, think about it.
I'm not.
It's the exact.
I mean, that's overgeneralizing. I just think that's overgeneralizing
How?
because this mug got beat to a pulp and then hung on a torture stake, cross, whatever you want to like to put it. It still sounds painful and torturous. You know, that's
So
I
you
can't
don't think
imagine that.
that
You
was
know,
in their mind? What those people were gonna do to them
what you mean
if
in
they
the desert?
enslaved them? If they lost the war? You don't think that crossed their minds? And that was just a mental thing.
Oh yeah, they had to fight wars and all of that, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying it was a mental. They didn't have to go through war. Then it was just they were afraid of the people, how big they were, how huge they were. They was just afraid. That fear. But I'm talking about Yeshua walked from the beginning and everything. And you still gonna say, why have you forsaken me? No. I may be wrong. Yahweh forgive me. I asked him several times to forgive me on this if I'm wrong. But no. That's the same thing. It's like you're not supposed to say that. You know. Why would you say that? You say sneak this and you doggone right. It is what it is. I'm just saying, you gotta look. Stop trying to candy coat or make the picture be what you want it to be. Let's just
Yeah.
accept it for what it is. Come on. If we were to say that, put yourself in his shoes. Talk to me.
Why have you forsaken me? We say that all the time.
You've been there from the beginning, though.
I say that, and I ain't even go
You in the
through
heavens. You watch everything.
what he said. I'm not
You watch
saying
Adam and Eve die. You watch Moses die. You watch all these people die. You watch everybody. You watch Enoch walk so well that Yahweh took him, snatched him up. Huh? He didn't even get a chance to see death. Huh? You watch Eli being carried away in a fiery chariot to heavens. Huh? You watch this. Huh? Talk to me.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Don't blame the flesh. Don't blame the flesh. Don't blame the flesh.
so you think he remembered all of that when he was?
That's what I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's probably the only reason that he said that. He probably didn't know the full extent of his.
Because it said he was tested to the full extent. Like, in other words, he won't test you no greater. In other words, if he had to withstand any more, maybe that would have been a breaking point. Is what I'm saying is he was just tested to the fullest degree. To the point where he actually broke. And that's the beauty of it. That's what he does. He tests you till you can't take it no more. You say, you know what, F it. And then that's when he comes and says, see, I was waiting for you to say that. I'm right here for you.
What, say F it?
Not F it, but you know, you get what I'm saying. Like he waits till you get to your breaking point where you really feel like giving up. You really gonna give up, and that's when he.
Give up? Why would you give up if you have faith? There is no giving up, fear, none of that in love. where's your love for me? Where's the love for your faith?
So you never felt like quitting sometimes? I'm just saying, cause I have. I've been in some time. I've been in some time. I've been.
Quitting, of course, but it never.
It's
The way I was fostered, no, not too many times.
what
Because
I ain't gonna say
when
too
I
many
found God,
times. It's just been some times where I felt like this is, you know,
this is it.
this
I'm
is
done.
it. Yeah.
Because the world that you were living in.
And then I just wake. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. You ready to give up on life itself and die?
No, 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 no.
Exactly. That's what we're talking about. Okay. And if you're not willing to give up on life, what's the next step? That is faith in the midst of this. Do you have faith? Do you believe in anything?
Oh, and this you talking about during
In
the
God.
pandemic?
In general, I'm just saying.
Oh.
There's levels to this. If suicidal people have a different way of thinking. They're ready to give up on life. Period. Not on maybe the lifestyle or whatever. You follow me?
Nah, I can't. See,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah. When I say give up, I mean like just like maybe go postal, go on a vigilante or something like that. And then you know,
Thanatos, you're like you kamikaze. What you want? You don't care if you die, or you just want to hurt people.
nah,
Feeling malice.
that's the thing. I've thought about that. And I've asked myself, what is it about? What am I so angry about? Who am I? It's just so much evil in the world.
And that's when you learn to live in it. When you find Yahweh. See, another thing I discovered.
Yeah.
Oh, two things. Before I leave this alone about Yeshua. I'm getting at the faith. You were there from the beginning. Now, I can understand, even if he didn't know everything to the full extent, him being there from the beginning. If you believe in God, I'm pretty sure your faith should be stronger than anything. I don't care what it is, how you're tortured, what's happening. Because if you think of him, I'm pretty sure you can block all that out.
You just gotta.
Honestly, I think he shouldn't have said that. And if he, like you said, it probably wasn't even said. He probably didn't say it. But if he did say it, and Yahweh allowed us to see that, just like when he turned over the tables in the temple.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Mama said he had the right. No, Mama. If he's walking through talking about quarter and all this stuff, what are you doing? Don't be provoked to anger. Talk to the people. We don't have to turn over tables and whip and start whipping or whatever. You see what I'm saying? That was showing how human he was. Now, no, I wouldn't say how human, what type of person, character he had. You see what I'm saying? He had to become perfect. He wasn't perfect. You see what I'm saying? He has to realize that he made mistakes. Because things he was supposed to demonstrate. He wasn't supposed to demonstrate all that type of wrath, anything, you know what I'm saying? He was supposed to demonstrate true mercy, love, quarter. Because he wouldn't want us to do that, right?
So what was it that made him perfect?
Who said he was perfect? He told us you must become perfect like Father in heaven. Who's to say he was perfect? Because I'm pretty sure he made some mistakes along the way. Because trust me, man. Look, man, you got the Holy Spirit, man. You're walking them.
So
Why
I
would
mean,
you need
then
to be away from people so long, man? When you know the word needs to get out. It needs to get out. And people, why would you get away like that? Why would you leave them? Why would you need to be ministered to so many times?
well, I mean, you know, some people you can minister to them and it'd be a waste of breath. So I mean, maybe that's what made him perfect. That he was able to grow.
For the person that he was, what he went through from the beginning before coming to earth. It seems to me he would have more faith. He would have more of everything. Holy Spirit, all that stuff to keep you strong? Why did you need to be ministered to so many times?
Anger, wrath. You
Why
gotta.
would you sweat blood?
I mean, look. If he was like anything like his father, I mean, look at. I was just reading the scripture before you called. I was reading a scripture, in Nahum, one of those prophets where it's talking about how Jehovah was wrathful and all kinds of angry and vengeful. So I mean, where you think he get that from? So
No.
like, how can he expect his son not to inherit some of that vengefulness? He had to hold back.
That's what I'm saying. No, Father was not like that. Father changed.
But he was though. He was. It's written.
Yeah, but he changed. He changed, man. Yeah, and what? It was. I guess he changed in what? How many days? Huh? It took what? 7 days, 1,000 years. Is so. How many days did it take for him to change? Because you got to think about how many days. So if that's true, if that's fact, he changed in what? Maybe a day or two.
Who?
Walking with the Israelites, with Moses and all of them.
Oh, you mean like in his? You talking about
Adam
like in
lived
his?
900 and something, right? Huh?
Yeah, you talking like in his time.
Right.
But that's like, how in the world?
What?
How does he get he gets a whole 1,000 years to change, and we get like like you know what I'm saying, a few
Forever.
seconds, a split second,
What do you mean a few seconds?
a split second. Like
Split second?
in his time, in the reference
We
of
get a
God.
split second, yeah,
Yeah.
in his time. But it's different in our time. 1,000 years is a long time to us when it's a day to him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying, you saying that's a split second?
That's twisted, man. That's so lopsided. It's like
No, it's
you're
not.
gonna judge these people
Because
who.
time doesn't exist.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, just seasons.
That's
That's
true.
it. That stuff doesn't exist. None of it.
Yeah, that's man-made.
Yeah. I'm seeing everything
If
is
that, if that
turning
was the
now.
case,
It's
he
supposed
would
to
have.
be patience, but they
That
use
was the
time as a fact, huh?
if that was the case, he would have put a big clock in the sky.
Thank you. That stuff is irrelevant. And that's what people get hung up on. All this stupid man-made vanity, stupid stuff. Some reason, an excuse to do. No, there is no excuse. It's all about choice. It's
Yeah.
your choice at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Cain could have made the choice not to be jealous and not to be, check his jealousy and not to kill his brother Abel, but he chose to. At the end of the day, it's all about choice. So we can make all the excuses in the world about change. It takes time. No, it takes patience. Okay?
Nah, it
That's
just
all
takes. You could change in an
Patience.
instance. It just takes willpower, the willingness
That's
to
right.
want it,
That's it.
and
You
that's
have to be
it.
patient enough to change. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have that, then because you're like, I've been on the wagon for an X amount of I've been on the
20
wagon
years.
for 3 months. You follow me? And then you say, oh, I've fallen off the wagon. Why? Because I've been on long enough and it's been enough pressure. So it's time to explode, to let go. Nah, we use that as an excuse, man. We choose what we want to do. Everything in life, we choose. It was something else I wanted to say, man, that was very important, that we also get hung up on right before Yeshua being talking about the forsaken part.
Yeah.
Anyway, it'll come to me. But yeah, man, look, life is easy, man. you said. You're supposed to. What did you say? How did you put it? When he says, when persecuted, we bear up, right?
When persecuted, we bear up.
When we bear up, we toughen
Bear
up.
up.
You know, we brace ourselves.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
You know, we take it all in. You know what I'm saying? We bear it. You know, we like take it in stride. You know.
Exactly. Exactly.
And when we're what's the thing he says? When we are judged or something like that, we entreat. You know, we don't become hostile and easily provoked.
Yeah.
You know, we don't do that, and that's what I'm saying. Look, this is fact.
That's
He's
my
showing me
problem
the
right
light.
there. That's my problem. And you know what? It's because I can see it by talking to you. That highlights what my problem is, because I'm protecting those, like the time when Jesus flipped out on them and started beating them and kicking them out of the church. I still come to his defense on that. And you know what? That's where my anger comes from. That right there. Because every time.
Him beating the people. He didn't beat the people.
Yes, he did. He cussed them out and everything. Like, get the fuck out of here. Beating them. He hit them with ropes.
You sure about that?
Man, I read it. It said
I gotta
it.
read that scripture again. I know I missed it.
It said he drove them out with ropes. What do you think he did? I mean, how do you picture that? And for them to actually be scared, he ain't just cussed them out. He beat them. He kicked them out. He drove them out of how did he drove? How does one man just drive these people out? He said he had a rope in his hand. I do remember that. And he used it. He whooped them. You laughing? He said, "How dare you turn my father's house into a house of merchandise?" I felt it. I know. I know. When he said that, I felt it. Because I was feeling the same way. I was like, get him. That's the one time you're supposed to be able to flip the script.
No.
But nothing should let you get.
No, not you, the leader, the teacher. Hell no.
And that's why that was wrong. Because it gave the okay for stuff like the Renaissance.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No.
That's how people justify.
Yeah.
In the name of Jesus.
In the name of Jesus. That's what they justify their violence. No. Totally wrong. You walk the walk totally right in mercy. Just like Abraham begged for that mercy. Moses begged for that mercy, although he recanted. I'm just saying, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you, and then Yahweh, he consented. He gave concession. I don't know, however you want to put it. He agreed. I'm with you.
I mean, I think he saw the reason why they did what they did.
Of course, because he wanted to do it. Of course he would see it. But that still doesn't make it right.
Exactly. That's what we have to see.
Yeah. You know? And if you want us to be all this merciful...
And if you want to be a chosen one, you have to see that. You have to be
Yes.
able to see that. See even where he went wrong at.
Because if Moses and Abraham are going to, if they did what they did as far as judgment, whatever, just imagine what the 144,000 are going to do. Huh?
Do you still believe that's a literal number? Like a chosen
He
selective?
didn't make people to be in heaven. I mean, you know, he didn't create us. If Adam and Eve didn't sin, people wouldn't be in the heavens. They wouldn't die and go to heaven.
Yeah, that's true.
You
They
follow
were
me?
supposed to
He made the angels
come
for that.
many. They were supposed to fill the earth.
Yes. And then the other planets possibly. That's what I'm thinking. That's what my spirit tells me. He didn't make these other planets for no reason. He just chose Earth first. Right?
I mean, I can't say that either. We just don't know. Let's just leave it at that.
No, but just entertain it a bit. If he said, fill the earth, make the entire earth a paradise, and we know he ain't like the Chinese. It ain't like you controlling how many children you produce and what type, right?
Yeah.
The gender, right?
Exactly.
He said, fill the earth. What do you think we're gonna do once the earth is filled? Where we going? Because they depopulate people because of that. Although we can get rid of these graves and all this extra stuff that's taking up the land.
Well, they already building spaceships and colony ships.
That's what I'm saying, but that's I'm just dumbness, whatever, trying to play God. But I'm just saying, just entertain the fact.
Yeah.
Him saying, fill the earth. Fill it?
Yeah, he said
where are we
fill
going
it.
after we fill it? After it becomes overcrowded. He didn't make those other planets for nothing, man.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Saying,
Of course. Well, I mean, I feel like if we were all in harmony and filled the earth, we would have the technology to do anything.
He would make it possible for us to go to the other planets.
Yeah. Easily, yeah. He would just make those into paradises. And
look, did he say, "Ask it and he will give it"? I believe. I want to fly in the new order, Yahweh. And why would that even cross my mind if it wasn't feasible? It's feasible for him to give us the power to fly, right? Because we could fly to different planets. It could be entire universe of oxygen, right? It wouldn't be out of space.
but too much oxygen could,
You're saying you can just fly out there to the next planet? I'm going to Pluto, man. I'm going to Pluto today. You want to come with me?
it's gonna take like a million years, but
no, I'm just saying, man. Come on, man.
I know.
You have the faith.
I know.
Come on, man. I must see. He meant what he said. If you tell this
Well, I
truth
mean,
to
you could
sea,
probably build a teleport or something.
Huh?
Probably build some type of portal.
You don't have to build no portal if you got oxygen, and you can fly. What do you need that for?
But you know how far these planets are, man. They like light years away. That's they
Light
not.
years.
Yeah, like
Mars.
just Mars. That's the closest one, and that light years. Like if you was traveling at the speed of light, it would take you.
They got robots on Mars,
like,
but we can't be there. We can't go there.
Like I said, they sent those robots like 40 and 50 years ago.
Picture that.
I think I don't know. I don't know the whole.
Just like they can get out to the moon. How far do you think the moon is? And I'm pretty sure we can see Pluto from here, right? From a telescope, right? With the telescope.
Well,
right?
they saying Pluto ain't even a planet no more. They saying it was just a big ass meteor.
High IQ always got something to say, man. Stupid asses. That's what the world got so much high IQ, right? Why is the world in the condition that it's in now? Huh?
What about the rumors? You ain't hearing about the rumors about the spaceships or the people seeing these
aliens?
UFOs? Yeah, the aliens.
Who cares? Have you ever seen a UFO?
Nah, I ain't seen it. Well, I mean, I've seen some weird stuff, but not what these people are talking about.
The UFOs are affecting us in any way? Hurting us? Keeping us away from Yahweh or anything?
Nah.
Destroying our lives?
No, I don't think
why
it's.
are they relevant?
I mean, my thing is, if they are UFOs, it might have something to do with Yahweh. If it was, you know,
the demons, trying to deter people from him.
trying to well, you know, they're gonna. What I'm hearing, they're gonna fake alien invasion. That's the next thing.
Who says that?
A few people are saying that, like.
But not the witnesses, though, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just some.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
rumors.
I've heard that too. I mean, but
But
really.
don't you believe the
Do
word
you
is
have
in us?
hearsay?
You don't believe that the word is in us?
Yes, I believe the word is in us. And we're reminded with the compass, by the way,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
That's the word
exactly,
itself.
exactly. That's how I
That's the
see
only
it.
thing to keep us on track. That's the only thing we can
Because I mean,
eat from,
if you
man.
don't
Other
have
than
a
that, we're
Bible,
lost.
if you don't have a Bible handy, then how is he? You get what I'm saying? Like I feel like it begins with us. The Bible is
With the
just a
conscious.
confirmation. Like the Bible kind of confirms what we
Yeah. It's the
already
calibrator.
know,
The
or
Bible is the
or
calibrator
it
to
reminds
calibrate the compass, the
exactly,
moral compass.
exactly.
We have a moral compass, right? Which is the conscious, right?
Yeah,
Right? We're born with it. Just like he said,
absolutely.
we're born into the sin. He didn't say the sin was born in us. We're born because we're made in his image. Okay? So that's why he asked us to be as children. No, that's a decree. He told us to be as children. Because children automatically forgive. They go by the conscious, the spirit. They don't go by the flesh until they're taught to go by the flesh.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. See, we choose to hold on to our emotions and get caught up in it, and that's the only thing that gets us throw us off. Derails us. You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple. But we get lost along the way because we get a little bit of knowledge and get, you know what I'm saying?
We feel
And
like we
think we
have to
know shit.
teach them right from wrong, when really we teaching them right from wrong, which is wrong.
Example by example.
Exactly. We need to lead by example, but we're always
Yeah.
trying to say, no, don't do this. Yo, you do that. You supposed to do this. This is wrong. This is right. Instead of doing that, we
Just do
supposed to
it.
just do it and show
That's
them,
right.
because they're really copying us. They're learning
Dead
from
ass.
us.
No matter what you say, they're watching you and they're gonna do exactly what you do, not what you say. That's what they're gonna
Exactly.
say.
And then
Do
we
as I say and not as I do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dead ass. I'm telling you, we gotta live it. And that's how he wants us to do with this sacred service. Live it. It's sacred. Everything you do is sacred. So live it. It's a service to Yahweh. Okay? Live through your conscience, your spirit. Don't live through your flesh. Okay? Which is vanity. Okay? Not to say the flesh is sin.
it's
Okay?
vanity.
Yeah, it's just vanity. He doesn't want you to live through that. He wants you to live through the spirit. The spirit will always guide you the right way. It's that conscious, your voice inside, that conscious that tells you that we are born with that. Just like animals are born with instinct. Animals, if you ask me, see, white man got us
Animals
all
are
thrown
perfect.
off. Huh?
Animals, I was gonna say that earlier, like a while ago. I just didn't mention it, but I feel like animals are closer to God than we are,
Look at what they do.
because
They
they
take
are
care of other
in harmony.
species easier than man. Have you really watched animals? Like really paid attention to animal channels and stuff? They are way better than we are. They show more quarter than we do. We are disgusting. We will live with the filth and disease, but they won't.
No,
They'll either get rid of it in
and they
some type
won't
of
eat.
form.
They won't eat filth either. They'll smell it and keep going. Like, nah, I ain't eating that.
That's right. And if
That
it's a weak animal in the group, what do? Kill it. Hmm? If it's disease, in other words, what I'm saying,
yeah.
they kill it. They get rid of it. But us, we will live in it. We will wallow in it. And we say that we're showing, we're giving sacrifice. No, mercy is to correct it. Just like our sin, you see what I'm saying? We are slaves of sin, right? Right? We embrace the sin when he wants us to resist the sin. You see what's happening? Oh, take us as we are. But he says you have to resist the sin. So why not let a murderer do his thing? A robber, you know what I'm saying? Do his thing. Why lock them up? Why um, outcast these people? Or oust them or whatever the hell you want to call them? Why do that? Huh? Oh, you can accept a gay person, but you can't accept the murderer over here. You can't accept the thief over here. Oh, you can't accept the adulterer or fornicator or whatever. But we can accept the gayness. You see stuff like that.
Yeah, that's just wicked.
you have to learn how to live with and how to gauge and teach your children that. Yeah, look, I love you, my brother. But let me tell you something. He told me to love the person and hate the deed. Okay?
Yeah.
I will not come into your world, but you're invited to my world because I know my world is in alignment with God. Your world is in alignment with your God. You know what I'm saying? Which is the God of your world.
Mm.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you have to learn how to love the hell out of them just like you love your brother that's in your world. You follow me?
Exactly.
That's your enemy. You see, that's, you don't waste your time judging and getting caught up or whatever, and they will be more
Yeah,
understanding of that.
because you never know who is inclined to change their hearts,
Dead ass.
and you just
That's why you
can't
love them
judge.
more. Yes. And you won't find yourself judging them. I said they gotta answer to God. That's God's job. That ain't my
Yeah.
job.
Yeah.
Why I ain't gonna try to do his job? That's the problem. Everybody's trying to do his job. They don't even know their own.
They trying to speak for him. And
Yeah. You can't. That's why it's hard for them. What do we do as God's people? You love the person. They're God's enemy. Picture them as God's enemy. What did he say do to your enemy? What did Yeshua say?
just love them.
I'm right there. So treat them like that and stop judging them. So what? We know the deed is wrong, but we don't know that that's really in their heart. You know what I'm saying? To be like that. You know what I mean? And even if it is, you know, like you said, they could change at any moment. So you show them that love.
Give them the
You give them that
opportunity to
quarter.
change.
Yes. Yes. And you keep speaking on, don't like, oh, it's all good. It's all, no, it's wrong. I'm going to love you the same, but that's wrong, bro. Do not bring that in my world. Do not even try to bring that in my world. And do not invite me into your world because I don't want to, like, hurt your feelings or make you think that I'm trying to judge you in any way. But it would be foolish.
Yeah.
That was stupid. You follow me? So if something happens, I ask for that. You know what I mean? But my wisdom taught me, like, don't do that, dude. That's dumb. You ain't got to prove that you're cool. Just, you know what I'm saying, going to some gay club. What is that all about? And you let them know, yo, this is foul, man. You know, we don't do this. This is not godly. Because I know for a fact, if it's not hygienic, he's not in it. And
Hygienic.
that's just facts.
Yeah, if it's not clean.
clean.
Yeah, it's not clean.
If it's not clean,
It's
he's not in
unclean.
it. And
My thing is if it's not
continuously on your
natural.
butt.
When it's not natural,
Thank you.
it's ungodly.
It's ungodly. That's
period.
right.
Point.
No, that's what we were getting to. This is another thing. It's a harsh one. See, it all comes full circle.
Yeah.
And what I also learned is, I know you're like, dang, nigga, we are programmed. Facts. Listen to this. Look, you can't look for happy in that world. It doesn't exist. That's a godly word. Happy belongs to God. So you're trying to be happy doing this? No, it will never work. You're trying to be happy without Yahweh? It will never work.
But that's everybody.
That's everybody.
Everybody. It was for every little thing.
That's the insane part about it. We think that we could be happy in this vanity. We do this, we do that.
Cause it's easy. It's easy to like for me growing up in a masculine, but it's easy for me to point at the homosexuals and be like, I know they, but it's so hard for me to see the subtle bullshit that I have accumulated over the years. Just to simply judge another person.
I know, right?
It took me a long time to really like know how to deal with people like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It really took like for me to like actually get assistance from one of them and be like, "Dad, this person didn't give me a hard time." I had to, they had to do my paperwork and they actually helped me out, gave me some advice. I was in a basically having to go through a shelter situation, and they was helping me with my
my living situation. And
probably for ulterior motives, right?
nah, just
But it's still, they showed you.
I don't. That's the thing about it. They were known for this. He was known for helping anybody, like showing love to anybody who had a case or whatever, and just kind of like give them good advice or whatever, male or female. Like they were known for that, and it just had me think like, damn. You just never know who Yahweh may use to like
Wow.
get you to the next level.
That's amazing. He's always there.
You know what I'm saying? And you
Did you
just
ask for it? Did you ask him to help you with that?
nah. He helps
my
me.
God. Oh, you figured you knew.
God.
You knew you were right. You were just pious.
What you mean?
Self-righteous,
What you mean?
holier than thou.
Hold on. You going too fast. I don't get what you. I don't even know what you asking
Did
for.
you ask Yahweh to help you not to hate them because of what they do?
No, I didn't ask him that. I did, I always ask for wisdom,
Okay.
knowledge,
Well, if you
make me
if
a
you
better
did that,
person.
then he probably gave you that. Yes. He probably woke you up with that. Yeah.
And he does give me, I feel like he gives me what I don't even ask for sometimes. That
He
sight.
knows what you need.
Yeah, that sight to see that, whatever that person is doing, that's on them,
Mm-hmm.
That's for them to have to deal with and answer with Yahweh.
That's it. And you leave it at that.
And that's it. You know what I'm
And you don't
saying?
get hung up. There you go.
Exactly.
That's freedom.
I don't get hung up with, oh, that's nasty. How can somebody think like that? And for what?
Bro,
I ain't got to
even
deal
paint the
with it.
picture for him. That's why I came up with that little
I ain't
phrase,
gotta deal
man.
with it.
If it's not hygienic, he's not in it. He's not made for the penis to go in the butthole, the poop chute. Think about that. The diseases that you get. Come on, that's poop. That's excrement. I mean, come on, man. Think about it.
That's not even. I don't think that should be done with a female. You know what I'm saying? Period. I think it's just.
Period.
It's obscene. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's disrespectful. It's unholy. It's not sacred. It just
Thank you.
goes against the. It just ain't right. The moral code.
No.
The moral code.
It's simple. We know this. It's simple, bro.
And then it's just like you greedy, glad you can't just accept what what you was already given. Beautiful woman,
I know,
like,
right?
it stay wet.
All this beauty, and you want to go to that, and then they want to become them.
Yeah. That's coveting.
Like,
That's
they
coveting.
Really want to become women. Like, what the hell? You want to? These girls want to become like us, dress like us, but hate us.
So basically, it's self-hate. That's the way I see it.
It's written.
It's like you don't love the way you were created, and now you want to be something else.
Self-worth.
But that goes to women that want to wear fake hair, fake nails.
Yep.
It's
There you go.
it's still it's the same thing.
You're not European. You are African descendant. Why do you want to look like the devils? Why do you want to put this poison in here? This what do they call it?
I
Creamy
tell them
crack,
all
whatever,
the time, you
just to
look.
look like them.
I tell them all the time, you look better with your corn when you just
Naturally.
corn roll it back with your natural hair. I think
Or
that's
just
the
a
most
nice
sexiest
fro,
thing.
Curly brush fro, hair. Man, get the hell out of here. I love it.
I love the
European
natural
look.
look.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it anymore. For real.
The fake
long,
hair,
straight hair.
it gets all over the. You can't have a fan last that long because it get caught up in the fan. You think something crawling on you because of the hair. I almost broke my ass one night because I thought something was crawling, like a centipede was crawling on me, because we have centipedes live in the basement.
You stupid.
It was a fucking piece of hair, man.
That's who you with? You with one? White girl?
No. I'm talking about the weave. Black.
Oh, that hair.
Yeah, the fake hair.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
the fake
that hair.
The fake hair.
You're stupid. Hey, man, look, we gotta spread the word.
Yeah.
Just like we're doing now. See, we're gonna love our show. We're gonna love what we do. People are gonna love us.
When you gonna be ready to I
Bro,
mean,
look, give me. Okay, look. I want to tell you this, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna fall weak and tell you until I see you.
okay.
You follow me? I can't do it. I really want to tell you. I've been
Okay.
wanting to tell you for the longest, but this
Okay.
is why I'm still private.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, listen,
You follow me?
I support that. That's
All right then.
yeah.
All right. So work with me. It's I say
Cause all it is the phone. Like I'm telling you, I can get a device. I was debating on getting it, but I think that'll be the perfect thing. You just call in, and I stream. You know, I can stream
we need to be
your
like
voice.
you. Okay, with the podcast, what do we need? We need a camera. We need mics. Right?
I
What
got
do we need?
all of that.
You got all of that.
I
So
got the
everything.
whole
So if
shebang. I
just
even
were to
got
come
the
there right now,
piano.
we can start the cast.
I have everything.
Everything we need.
I can get an extra mic and all, but I got like far as studio. Yeah, I got that.
Okay, you got the name?
What you mean, like the name of the show? Nah,
Yeah.
I'm not really, not yet. I don't know.
You said it would be
I don't
sports
even know.
and what we're talking about now.
Well,
Religion, life.
I'm already done with sports. Forget about sport. The hell with sports.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Look, I didn't want to say anything, but it's just I was like, okay, well, I can go along with it. Although I'm not really.
This
I
man,
mean, I
this
dig it.
pandemic exposed everything for what it really was, man.
So
Everything
okay,
was a big
all right.
fucking joke.
So we got enough material to talk about Yahweh forever, right?
Yeah, I mean,
All right then. Forever. We don't need to talk or discuss anything else. Our total show should be on him.
be on Yahweh.
Dedicated to Yahweh.
Okay.
You follow me?
Okay.
All glory to him. We will surpass the gospel any radio show. Trust me on this. Yahweh's with us. You hear me? Trust me on this. I know you don't believe yet, but trust me. Have that faith, brother. We
It's
got
funny
enough material. Just like
how
this,
you know that.
People will sit and listen to us for hours. I know this for a fact. You know why? Yahweh, I know Yahweh's with me. I can sit in any room, anywhere. And once I once I start talking about Yahweh, man, oh my God.
Can't
You
stop.
see the people. It like draws them in like they can't help it. They're hungry, man. They need to, like I
They
tell
want
my
to know
son,
the truth.
Deal, make music about Yahweh, about the Bible and stuff, man. People need to see the Bible. Man, a lot of people don't know about Elijah. If that's his name, Elisha, whatever, the
Elijah.
priest, the prophet.
Yeah, the one
He was
who.
carried away in a fiery chariot and all type of stuff, man. Samson with the honey
Yeah.
and the lion coming back through Yahweh. I'm just saying, this stuff is beautiful, man.
But you don't
This
think
is-
that was Allegor?
What?
Like everything that was translated from Hebrew, which was
But you
Allegor.
know the witnesses
Allegor
are
is.
the closest ones to it. We know this for a fact.
That's if you take everything on face value. What I'm saying
No,
is.
you can't. That's how you know that they don't read the word. That's what I'm telling you. If they read the word, they would see how contradictive their organization, everything is all just out of whack. That's the beauty of this. You see, they got all of that knowledge, right? They got all of it. They translated everything, verbatim, and whatever they left out, whatever. See, just like I'm telling you, with the body and the soul, it says anyone, it's right there, but let them tell it. It says this. I'm telling you, man, listen to me, Paul. All you need is the word. People need to hear the word, how it's supposed to be heard, and how to live. Set them free. That way, they have time to worship Yahweh. See, they feel they don't have time because they have to do all of this and do all of that.
Exactly.
You follow me? You are baptized in Holy Spirit and fire. And that's what? Huh? When you decide what? Huh? You're ready to to dedicate yourself, not some symbolic water dipped in water. That was done with, over with. Who baptized anybody that you read in the Bible? Who was baptized after John?
Actually, well, it was just
Tell me.
I mean, they
I'm
were
hungry.
baptizing. They never really, you know,
I
in
wanna hear
Acts. I think it was in Acts
I
they
know
was
the disciples
baptizing.
did it. I'm talking about walking with Yeshua. And when the Holy Spirit, and see, well, you know what? I don't know if that's written. I know
Yeah, because it just says they were being baptized. They never really said whether it was water or Holy Spirit.
Yeah, they did. Okay, you remember the soldier? When
Okay.
Peter went to it, you remember Peter had the vision?
Okay.
He said, do not eat anything. He said, do not forsake anything that I have made holy. And he was trying to decipher the vision. It came to him like 3 times. It showed different bugs. It showed the pig, different ones, different things. And he was hungry at the moment.
I didn't read that.
You'll find it. Let's say Holy Spirit when
Yeah.
you look it up in the index. Holy
Okay.
Spirit. All right. Okay. When he went to that soldier, the soldier was just like you said right before that. The soldier was uncircumcised, right? All those people, but they got the Holy Spirit, didn't they?
Yeah.
Didn't they?
Yep.
All right then. So that being said, when Peter went back, they were like saying, "Wait a minute, these people are uncircumcised." But Peter had to check them. Look, it's not my authority. Yahweh gave him the Holy Spirit. Follow me?
Yeah.
And that's a sin. You follow me? They were supposed to get circumcised. See?
Yeah, but that
See,
was
he took that authority away from him, right? You don't know. You don't know who my people are. So leave that alone. Leave that part alone. And just spread the word like I said. Like I said, like I told Yeshua to do. Well, let's just say Yeshua. So spread the word. I know you. Do you follow me what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Peter was hungry. Let me break it down a little bit. Maybe I'm jumping. Peter was hungry at the moment. He had 3 visions. All type of animals, insects, all of that stuff, right? And Yahweh said to him, or Yeshua, do not. I think it was Yahweh. Do not forsake the things that I have. It was Yahweh. Do not forsake the things that I have cleansed, made holy, or whatever. All right. And Peter, he was trying to decipher, like, what are you saying, man? I would never eat swine, whatever the case was, right? And then he kept coming to him, and then the man came, or whatever, one of the disciples, and said to him, "Hey, you were summoned to this soldier. All right, those people they consider dogs, right?
Yeah.
The plebs,
Yeah.
right? They're not Jewish or whatever. They are considered. You know how we discussed before, right? What's the term you use?
If they I don't
You said something about being lowly or whatever. I don't know.
they
Something you
were
said under them, huh? What was it?
I mean, you said it right. They treated them
Okay.
like I said they
Well, anyway.
treated them like animals.
Yes,
Yeah.
like animals, yes. And he was like, so when he came through, he told him the vision that, Yeshua coming to him and telling him whatever. And then Peter said, when you read it, it'll come to you. I mean, you'll see everything I'm saying. Peter says to him, and then all of a sudden, the Holy Spirit came through. And everybody they started speaking in tongues. So, I think if I'm correct, he was saying, do not treat them like the Gentiles like dogs. You don't know who my people are. In other words, so in other words, he had to get up and go to the man regardless. He didn't want to go to him, but he did. He went to the man, and I'm kind of losing myself. But anyway, you get my point?
Yeah.
And then when he came back to the Pharisees, Sanhedrins, all those people, whatever, they said to him, no, they have to get circumcised. And they were like Peter was like, he had to check him, say, look here, man, I have no authority over that. Yahweh gave them the Holy Spirit being uncircumcised. So who am I to say who his people are?
Yeah, because yeah. I get it. I know exactly what you're saying. Because I remember reading that. It was a while ago, you know. But because I actually brought the simple fact that because I brought that point up before about something else about, you know, because they actually got later on, Peter got into it about somebody not being circumcised in the congregation. And that was after that situation, because I think you talking about something that happened in Acts.
So what was my point, though? I was making a point. I know it was one on judging, but it was something
It was
else.
about baptism and water.
Oh, yeah.
And instead,
that's the baptism. The Holy Spirit, like you said, and fire. That's the baptism. It's not what the witnesses do. That show, that was done away with John. We have no time for that because you don't know who his people are. Do you understand?
and the government
So
shut
you're
that
doing all
down.
this baptism and all this extra stuff, but yet you're making proselytes and whatever, people bringing them into this, but you're giving pearls to swine. That's why you're allowing these pedophiles and all these extra people to be in your organizations to hurt people. You understand?
Wow, so you know about all of that, right?
You follow me? Come on, God.
Man,
You know I'm on top
you know
of it.
they shutting them down. They really coming down on them. I'm hearing.
They're suing the hell out of them. They don't have a choice. They're losing money.
And
See,
with
all of
this
is
time and
monetary anyway.
with this COVID-19, it's really a lot. Yes.
Yes.
It's exposed them. Like, obviously. Like, if you was in, like, I'm so glad I'm not in there now, because I would be devastated, bro. I would be like, yo, I done gave all my years to this. This is a lie.
I was wrong for saying that, but I told my mother, I said, I hope all the witnesses die.
Why you say that?
I said, they are the most wicked people. I said, people like you, but not God's people. That, in other words, I mean that organization. I pray for that.
That it comes to an end.
I said, I wish he destroy, burn, and every witness out there that believe that, because a witness that follows that doctrine is a wicked person.
Man.
That's right. They're wicked. See, because, and especially when you defy the word itself.
You don't think they just afraid, though? You don't think they just afraid?
No,
some of them.
Wicked. She don't want to read. I don't care. There's no.
She don't care.
It's, these people the scriptures and they act like demons. They don't want to read it because it's coming from the source. Didn't he say wisdom is on the corner? Wisdom is in the alley.
Yeah.
Wisdom is everywhere. So why in the hell would you defy the Bible, mother? I'm reading the word.
Because they getting spoon-fed. They getting spoon-fed fear. These guys are really in their head. They really.
Yes.
I know, because they got in my head, and it took so long. I'm still sometimes not now. I don't know. I might even now. I don't know. Like, that's how sight.
When you ask, am I doing right? When you have to question what you're doing, how do you serve Yahweh?
And you got to compare it to their doctrine, and hey, man, what if they right? If I even think like that once for 1 second,
yep,
they still got me.
They still got you.
So that's why I'm like, well, just go easy on them a little bit, because I can understand how to fear. If it wasn't for me in this fellowship, I'd still be in there.
I know you would. And that was a blessing.
Blessing in disguise.
Thank you.
Because it allowed me to see. It allowed me to see. That I
you
ain't.
didn't leave him. You left the organization. You see, but they want to teach you that you leave him. When you
I
leave
did.
their
That's the
organization.
thing. I didn't leave it. I was kicked out.
Yeah, hell yeah, you were still struggles. When you wanted to defy him, right? When you wanted to defy him, you couldn't. He was still with you, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That's right. Think about it. Just think about that. And the ones that we
When
think
I was,
have it that's with
man,
them,
when I was,
he's not with them.
I was in the street. I had to have, I mean, he saved my life so many times, man. I ain't had nobody else. It had to be him.
You preach it, man, bruh. You preach it to the choir, man. Come on, this is my life, bruh. I know this for a fact. You know how many times I tell my BM, man? I'm like, man, she knows. The times like we sit down and talk and shit, like, man, oh my God, fam. Yo, I feel you. And that's what I'm telling you. You are his people. When Yahweh doesn't leave you, and you can talk about Yahweh forever, every day, all day.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, that is true.
Come on, man. Miss me with that. How many people can do that?
Not many.
How many people will be exhausted by now?
They not trying to hear that.
Thank you. See, we love him.
Man, they not trying to hear that from the jump.
We're Enoch.
They getting up and walking out. They getting up and walking out the room. And they always want to hang up on you. They always, my mom.
Oh my God, there you go, brother.
They get scared. Just, I can't hear it. Like, what are you? Aren't you supposed to be? Aren't you supposed to be like a soldier, foot soldier? And you getting scared of a conversation? Like, you supposed to be helping me, bringing me to you know, realize.
He don't want that type of fear.
No, he
He don't
don't.
want the fear of death.
That's the same fear. That's the fear of the governments. That's the fear of. That's what the governments demand. That kind of fear.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you either listen to me or you die.
That's right.
You either do what I say or else, you know, it's not like that. It's like, listen, I'm gonna give you a choice. You know, that's you. That's your choice. But I really hope you make the right decision and realize that it's really not that difficult.
It's not difficult
at all. It's super easy. That's how. I guess that's what makes it so hard. It's too good to be true.
There you go. And that's fact.
But it's true.
You said it, man. You hit the nail on the head. It's too good to be true. I know. Like, dang, that's all it takes? Yes.
Yeah.
Because he says, you're already saved.
You ain't even got it.
Saved us already.
You just gotta recognize who he is.
There's people still trying to be saved. Talking about, let me get baptized. What the hell are you talking about?
Why don't you get to know him? How about that? Why don't you? You know, that's what I'm trying to. Like, people like that, they want that label.
Thank you.
When all they gotta, when really,
I am one of his servants. I've been baptized. I've been saved.
An okay from somebody else. They don't want the okay directly from him. They're not like, they're like, you know what? I got some doubts about this. Let me go directly to the source and ask Yahweh, is this what I'm supposed to be doing or what? Because I'm not sure. I need you to tell me, not them. Cause something ain't right.
Hey, that's our autonomy. They stole it, and we don't even write it in front of our faces. They stole our freedom. He gave us the will to self-govern, right?
Mm-hmm.
We chose to give it to man when the Israelites chose a human ruler. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yep.
That's right.
Governing body.
When Eve gave up their freedom, their autonomy to Satan.
Do you know that the governing body is a corporate term, a business term?
Yes.
I ain't know that. That's why they don't want you to go to school to learn business, because when you learn, the more you learn about business, the more you realize, yo, this is a business, man.
Yes, baby. It's all about monetary commerce.
Power.
Exploitation.
Yeah.
Slavery.
Man,
That
and
was the
I
first
wanted
word.
to go to the bathroom. I wanted to be a Bethelite and never got to do all of that stuff.
They learn the power. That's how the Masons run their organization. They get the power from the Bible. That's how they formed this country. Huh? Don't you see it? Slavery was the first word, but it was too crude. They went to what? Exploit, to commerce.
So they changed it to employ.
There you go. I'm just saying, man.
Which
You gotta know your history. If not,
employee. Think about what that really means. Employee. Like I employ you.
slave.
It's
That's
like
the root word.
it's
That's
it's
the
a
real word.
it's a fancy word for slave.
Yep.
An employee. I'm just somebody you employ to do some shit for you. While you get rich, I just stay stuck.
Slave is too crude. See, they know how to dress it up.
But there's nothing wrong with being a slave once you realize.
And you're beautiful for that, brother. And you know, see how beautiful your spirit works?
Yeah.
See who you are? You are a god. You see that? Only a humble, meek person of God would see that. But a haughty, prideful, devilish, wicked man would see it as
A weakness.
demeaning.
I mean, God is the ultimate slave. I mean, when you think about it,
That's
Yahweh
right. He
has.
doesn't need us, but he appeases. That's going to be one of our phrases. They don't need us, man. He doesn't need us. And once you wrap your mind around that, boy, it's going to be open up to it more and more out of the forest. Just like happy. I know it's too easy, too good, and too simple to sound like anything, but it's fact. There is no happy without Yahweh. That's a godly word. There is no happy, and that's what everybody seeks. Huh? Happiness. Joy. Huh? Peace. All that. Those are godly words. And you trying to live without him. How the hell you can't. It ain't gonna work.
And that's why people are getting sick.
Huh?
That's why everyone is getting so sick. Because of the depression and the
They don't know the purpose. That's everybody's question. Why am I here? You're here to serve each other, starting with Yahweh. And see, you serve each other the righteous way. You serve Yahweh. It goes hand in hand. We are connected. There is no service without Yahweh. There is no service without us. What did he say about the good for nothing slave? That's what you ought to have been doing. That's what I should have done.
Oh yeah, yo, when you read, every time I read that, I bust out laughing. Like, what is wrong with this? But I laugh because he reminds me of someone, like people that I've met along the way. You know what I'm saying? Like this is some trifling, no good for nothing slave would say. Like,
Exactly.
are you really? You think I'm stupid? What did he say?
Give you props for something that you should have done. That's your job. Why do you want me to brag and boast about what you're supposed to do?
Nah, it wasn't even that. He didn't do what he was supposed to do. He said,
No, not the one with the coins.
"Oh, okay, yeah, the one with the coins. Yeah, he stashed it, and he was like, "Well, I knew."
When he says, the one when he says with the good for nothing slave, the one that goes out, does his job, right? And then he wants praise. I think when he's fixing a mill or for fixing the mill or for being able to do it. Maybe I just get it twisted.
Okay.
I don't know because I get caught. No, I think it's a simple fact that he was saying like, no,
Okay.
that's your job, that's your duty. Well, you want props for that? You want kudos for that? You're supposed to be doing that. And people want to make what he's saying about sacrifice saying about I ought to get some like extra points or something for doing this because you know what I mean. No, that's your job. You're duty bound to do that. What are you talking about? Good for nothing slave. That's how you should view yourself.
Yeah.
That way you don't get caught up in, you know what I'm saying? Your merit, your worth, and all that crap. That's how you become selfless.
Feeling like you're entitled.
Entitled. There you go, man. Sum it up for me. You got it. And that's our problem. That's when pride and all this stuff creeps in. You shouldn't. Never live in that. You should never live in pride. You should live in love. How merciful you can be. That's what you want to live in. You know what I'm saying? You want to live in
Okay, I found it. What of the New Living Bible says, so you, well, this is the New International Version right here. So you also, when you have done everything you were told to do, should say, we are unworthy servants. We have only done our duty. But that must be just like the beginning of it.
It says, did it say good for nothing slave?
That's what I looked up. Let's look at the King James.
Didn't you look up the word good for nothing slave?
Yeah,
Good
that's
for
what I
nothing.
looked up.
And that's what you saw, right?
So likewise, ye, when ye shall have done all those things which are commanded you, say, we are unprofitable servants. We have
sounds
done
like,
we have
King
done
James.
that which was our duty to do.
Yeah, see, they euphemize.
Oh yeah, they changed it. It's like this one. This is the New King James. It says we are unprofitable servants. Instead, really, we are good for nothing slaves. We have done what we
You see? But they took the word good for nothing out, right?
duty to do.
Right?
Yeah.
You see?
See,
see how that
I'm
changes it?
looking for the New World Translation. I should
You
just
don't
look
have
at
like
it.
one of these
Yeah, I got one.
Bibles?
Yeah, I got it. I was just looking it up on the. Where I put it.
Wow. You see that? That's why we think so much of ourselves. We don't think of him first. And we're so arrogant and stupid, even put Yeshua before him.
We feel like we're supposed to we're supposed to get something like a reward.
Yes. And that's exactly how the witnesses think, don't they? They think about the new order, paradise.
This is paradise right here.
Thank you. If you can make it in this world,
Every
you will make it in paradise.
every
Passing colors.
I mean, you in paradise once you wake up and realize that
You got Yahweh.
exactly.
I don't need no perfect world to be happy. As long as I got Yahweh, I know I'm happy.
Because I mean, can you imagine living forever with the people that just got this system, this program set in place?
Like this. And worse, getting worse? That's what you're saying?
Well, I'm talking about like with the witnesses, like they believe
Okay.
in the like they're gonna be the only ones left.
I know.
So it's just like, can you imagine being, man?
What? Being with people like that?
Exactly.
But
Forever.
They will have to be different. They know this. You know that?
Yeah, but
They will have to be different.
that's what I'm saying. They know that, and yet they still waiting for that to happen in order to change.
Ooh.
Because where is the love?
You tell me.
You sitting up there now that it's COVID-19. You mean to tell me you gonna just sit up there and watch and wait for these men to give you your counsel on a TV screen? A freaking. Are you serious? This is, and then you gonna say I'm worldly for having a beard? Get the, come on, man. This is insane. This is insane. Oh, they rocking those.
Huh?
Get out.
They're rocking beards now. That's what my BM said. I'm
Well,
telling you, it's wicked.
so now I guess the light then got brighter. That's why.
and that's another one. That's another one that they use.
Yeah, I know.
No.
I
The
know.
light doesn't get brighter. They're further out of the forest. That's
Exactly.
Shut the hell up. These people are full of it. It is what it is. You just have to find your way. And you choose to keep choosing the wrong path or your own path or their path. Whatever it is. That's what they choose. And it's
Which
at the end of the
okay,
day,
here we
they
go.
don't.
Which one of you who has a slave plowing or shepherding would say to him when he comes in from the field, come here at once and dine at the table? Rather, will he not say to him, get something ready for me to have my evening meal, and put on an apron and serve me until I finish eating and drinking, and afterward you can eat and drink? He will not feel gratitude to the slave because he did what he was assigned. He will sign, will he? Likewise, when have when you have done all the things assigned to you, say, we are good for nothing slaves. What we have done is what we ought to have done.
That's right.
But
And if you view
but
yourself like that,
but this is how they block people like me from really getting the message, because they sit at the forefront of Jesus.
there you go.
You understand? And then
Got it.
it has me second questioning the Bible when no, this is right, but this applies to Jesus Christ, not the governing body.
No, 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 no. No, no, no,
You
no,
know what
no.
I'm saying?
They're no one. They're nobody. No father, no leader, no teacher, not even rabbi, Peter. Not even you guys call yourselves that. I am the leader. I am the teacher. And Father is Father. You call no one on earth Father.
I remember when I was reading about when I first really got into the Bible. It was right before I had met Melissa, and my father, or was that? Anyway, my father caught me reading the Bible, and you know what he says? Um, it's important for you to. You don't want to
Understanding.
exactly. You don't want to get too deep into that without having a watchtower. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he was saying. That's basically what he said. He was like, he gave an example about how when he first got into truth, what really helped him was, I think I was this fellowship during that time, and he was like, he used to read a lot of watchtowers, and that's what helped him. But why would you, if I'm already reading the Bible, why would you discourage me from reading the Bible and picking up a publication?
They're the devil's seed, and they're victims of victims. Either or. You understand?
Yeah.
You just, I mean, and then you see.
He saw me doing something good and bashed
What
it.
did he say? What did he say? Anyone who adds or take away from the scroll. Why do you need to add something else to this? It says his word is refined, right?
Yeah.
All right, then it's pure. Okay? So just rock with it. We don't need anything else. But they say you do,
Which is a lie.
which is a lie.
And it
Everything
says
about
that
them is
in
a
their
lie.
book, even in their book, even in the
Do
one
you
that they
know-
translate,
do
it
you
says
know
it.
what we would do on a radio right now? Do you hear yourself? Brother, we will rip the world in half. Who knows? We may be the one to bring the apocalypse.
I remember you saying that before, but it's
You
possible.
never know. I'm just saying. We may be the one to help a lot of people see the light. He may use us. I know he's going to use us in a way, but it may be greater than what we think. And that's my spirit moving me. I don't know. I'm telling you, the word is with me. Every day I wake up, every day I go to sleep.
But
You
I
understand me? I love this stuff.
always question, and I've been praying about this. What is your name? What should? Because I never felt. I ain't gonna say never, but I always did have some problems with their pronunciation of God's name.
Yahweh?
Yeah, because every time no, not Yahweh. I'm talking about Jehovah.
Oh, what is my what?
That saying his name at
Refute that?
like
Refute it?
praying to Jehovah.
I pray to Yahweh.
That's what I'm saying is I had doubts about that name. Every time I researched it, I'm like, man, this name
What,
is not.
Jehovah?
Yeah, this name
Oh,
isn't.
yes.
It's not the true pronunciation.
No.
Even if I don't know what the true pronunciation. This one definitely is not
No.
because of the letter J and the new. Just the fact it's just too late. And I'm like,
Check it
well,
out.
it's not with Jesus. Or number one, his name wasn't Jesus. It was Yahashua or
Do you know how I
Yeshua.
found out?
How?
I looked it up. I looked it up uh, in different languages. Every language there was. And guess what I learned?
What?
Everybody knew Yahweh. That's right. See, the Spirit moves in mysterious ways.
Wow. I
Everybody,
never looked
every
Yahweh up.
language,
I looked
every
Jehovah up.
language knew Yahweh. But they didn't know, every language didn't know Jehovah. That's why they're trying to spread
But
that
you
devil
know who
wicked
do?
name.
You know who do recognize Jehovah? The occult.
Yes.
I
You
actually
know
looked
why?
that up.
Because they have to follow. They're victim of victims. They have to follow it. They have to believe in it in order to manage to make it happen, exist. Spread that name Jehovah when the name is already around the world. Huh? Yahweh, and you had it in your Bible first. I mean, you were one of the ones that had it in your Bible.
I'm talking about the other seat with the Freemasons.
Oh, they talking about they use what?
They're the so-called Illuminati, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, they recognize Jehovah?
Yeah.
Hey, that is funny you said that because you watch movies and TVs now, channels, whatever, they accept the name Jehovah. That's
Mhm.
right. They've been saying it a lot now. They don't say Jesus or whatever. They say Jehovah. That's right.
Well,
That's how we know
I
it's
haven't been
wicked,
watching
baby.
TV lately, but wow.
I have. I'm a movie fanatic. Trust me, anime and all. That's right. That's how I know it's wicked. That's how I know. And when I got to the root, when Yahweh showed me the root with the name Jehovah, how they switched it up. Yeah, those Spanish monks.
Jesus
Those
too.
two monks.
They switched Jesus' name. Well, you know his name is Yahashua. I was like,
Yeshua,
why
yes.
would you pronounce it differently from the original
You
translation?
know why? To sway the people. Huh?
And then
We need slaves.
and this is what's crazy. If you translate Jesus in Spanish, it's pronounced Jesus.
Jesus. That's right. And Jesus is what?
That's a
Zeus.
Greek god, a Greek mythology god.
Zeus. That's right. Do you see?
And then
To sway the people. They don't even know.
you say that, they gaslight you. In other words,
Yes.
oh, get out of here.
They're victims of
You're
victims. What do you
crazy. You're a
expect, brother?
conspiracist.
Huh? That's what they say? That's what I'm telling you. Because they're victims of victims. They don't ask them to do their research. Ask them to do research on their own religion, just like they do on others. See what they do.
Man, my
They
mother
are
gonna hang
wicked
the phone.
people.
My mother is gonna say this is why the society says not to talk to this fellowship ones, even if they're, your son.
You see?
She's just gonna side with the
You
society.
see how the devil works? He's quick. That's what I told him. And so I'm telling you, man, it's fact. Communication. Why do you think? Why do you think he named it? He named it the word. It's communication, the key that cuts to life, that he cut off from us. He mastered that. You see? And just like it says in Titus, what's that? Titus 3:10 or something like that. It says, do not, even in Romans, do not, what's the word they use? Do not something sex. Do not, it'll come to me. Romans, it says about a man that's on division. You see?
Yeah,
You
that
got the
we
Bible, right?
I know what you talk.
Titus 3 something,
Titus.
I think.
Yeah,
Titus 3
you
something.
showed me that before. The last time we spoke, you said
Yeah.
we not supposed to be having that. That's when you was like, that's how you know it's false.
Yeah.
You said it's
Do
3.
not something with your sex. Promote your sex. Something like, do not promote a sect. And if any man that does that, you entreat him or whatever, or exhort him not to do that.
I
Not to
see
do
it.
And
As for a man who promotes a sect, reject him after a first and a second admonition, knowing that such a man has deviated from the way and is sinning and is self-condemned.
thank you. See? And we're not supposed to have sex.
It says, have
That's what
nothing.
he came and did
Before
away
that verse, it says, but have nothing to do with foolish arguments and genealogies and disputes and fights over the law,
genealogies, yeah.
or the scriptures,
That's
for
right.
they are unprofitable and futile.
That's right. Why are you going to argue over the facts?
And that's what sects are created for, to
Thank you.
divide the people up and
Divide the
have
people.
them arguing about stupid stuff. Oh, Jesus died on the cross. No, he didn't. He died on the stake. Like, who gives a fuck about that, man? What does that have to do with love? And
What about the one in Romans?
you can't celebrate birthdays. Why? Because
It's a pagan holiday.
it's not a pagan holiday. That's not the reason why. This is the reason why. They said because 2 occasions in the Bible that record, birthdays, a prophet was beheaded or something bad happened because of that, because of those 2 recorded occasions. But it's like, okay, you still gonna condemn people for celebrating their birthday, but not condemn people for celebrating their anniversary, which is
never said any of that.
no, he didn't say that. He just said
Like the disciples.
put Yahshua first, put the kingdom first.
That's it. That's what he said. Put the kingdom first, and hey, at the end of the day, what? He said, seek first the kingdom, and what?
And then all those other things will be added to you.
Given to you. Yeah.
So why are you trying to take everything away from these people? Or why are you trying to add things, I mean, I agree,
right.
The Christmas thing, I always felt like that was just a fraud.
That was false.
Yeah,
So
that's a fraud.
Nobody knows what day he was born on.
Yeah, that's straight fraud. But
Stupid,
but to condemn people who do actually, that's just going the extra mile. That's where the sects come in. That's where the rivalries and the disagreements, and now you got this family hating me because I don't celebrate Christmas.
And they feel they have that authority because
Exactly.
if someone really know the Bible, they're talking about the scripture when he says, I came to put the sword between us, meaning good and bad, right? Division itself. You will be divided by your righteousness, right?
Yeah.
That will determine like whether you will stay together or separate, right? And the thing is, they feel they have the authority on certain things when he's the only authority on that. We're supposed to be focusing on uniting and becoming, making more disciples, brothers.
The problem.
Focus on unity. They're focused on division.
But the root of that is because it's a business. It all started. The guy who started it, he owned the factory, a newspaper factory, and he needed to make some money, and he had it's a good hustle.
Rutherford?
Yeah.
Encyclopedia salesman at first. That's where he got it from.
You said what?
He sold Britannica and stuff. He was an encyclopedia.
I know. I just know that he owned. Nah, he was rich. He was a rich kid. He owned
Russell?
the founder. Was it Russell?
Yeah, Russell. I thought you were talking about Rutherford.
Yeah, I get their names mixed up because it's both start with an R. But I know the founder was rich. It said it in their big book, and that's when I was reading that, I was like, this is, But because I was still caught up, I still let it slip, let it slide, and No, I
You
saw.
did.
I just ignored it. I just said, well, it
Ignored
must.
it. You saw it.
But it said when he was 11 years old, he owned a factory, and they said he was Catholic. They ain't say nothing about the 7 day, but
No.
um,
Who's that?
no, it wasn't that. It said he didn't like the Catholic Church and what they taught,
He
and so
questioned the death, all the death. Why do people die? He had an issue with that. So that's when he delved into it then. And that's when he started getting into, predictions, him being the chosen, one of the whatever
but
chosen
he was
one.
a businessman. He owned the
Yes, he
factory.
was.
He inherited that,
But he
his
sold it.
family.
That's the story. He sold everything and started
No,
printing
man. Is that how you think
yeah.
they got Watchtower? There was a publication. I mean, put two and
That's
two.
when he started printing the
Yeah,
watchtowers.
he used that factory to print. First, it was newspaper. Before the Watchtower was, he printed newspaper. They said it's in their book.
They try to make him all holy and shit. That's man, that was just another business move.
That's the thing about it. If you really study that book, they don't make him all out to be that holy. It's just like they telling you the truth and saying, well,
The
it's
light
their
got brighter.
fault that they fell for this because we're telling them, and here they still feed. They feeding off of
All
this
they see, all they really see is he sold his factory. They don't see his factory as the business.
because they're uneducated, because they taught
Thank you.
you can't have secular education because the
Thank
end is
you.
coming. When
Like, how do
really,
you think he afford to run the business? He need money,
and then what
right?
is
To
secular
pay for it all.
education? Like what? Who came up with the term secular education? I thought education was education.
I don't know.
That's
Isn't
what
it in the Bible?
that's what they came up with. They came up. See, they come up with these terms that
Ooh,
do trickery on your mind, and
but
you
it's an
actually
actual
think
word,
you.
right?
No, they take words and put them together. Secular and education. You put
No,
the
it's
two
an
together.
actual word. If you look it up, it's an actual word. Now remember, people were more religious back in the day.
That's a compound
So
word, though. Secular and educated. That's two words put together.
secular education.
That's what the witness was
Well, no,
teach.
but
That's why you
secular
can't go to
means
college
worldly,
because
right?
secular means secular. That means
Worldly.
like something
It
that's
means worldly,
secondary.
opposite of Christianity, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you take and look up the word secular, it just means secular, like something that's secondary. Like you got first,
Go
and
ahead.
then
No, I actually looked up
let
the
me look
word.
this up.
Trust me, it means worldly. Trust me, I did my research. I follow you. I follow
I'm
you.
not talking about their definition. I'm talking about the actual definition.
Like, look up the word secular. Secular.
Yeah, I'm
That's the
looking
word.
it up.
Okay.
Denoting attitudes, activities, or other things that have no religious or spiritual base. What the? This is a
Follow me, God.
religious,
Follow me. Trust me.
not subject to or bound by religious rule, not belonging to or living in a monastic or other order.
Trust me. I've done my research. Yeah. Yep. I had to find out too. I had to learn for myself.
But this
Yes.
word is created. It's from an Oxford language.
Oxford.
Oxford languages.
I'm telling you.
What is that?
Back in the day, they were more religious, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were more religious, so it was a lot more division then.
Yeah, you're
All right.
right. Or relating to
People were
worldly
wicked back
things
then.
to
They
things that are
really
not.
emphasize on it. Now they embrace it, so they have less words. Okay, you remember the term bad
So
became
it's
good.
worldly education. Wow.
Yes. Yeah.
But the education you get there is worldly.
Everything's worldly. And see, that's when Peter had to come back and recant when he told them you have to separate yourselves from these people and all this, talking about no, didn't Yeshua go to the sinners? That's what you're supposed to do. And see, they started building on their own foundation. They even admitted it, the fact, I'm not going to build on your foundation because you build your foundation over here. You know, motherfuckers, you're supposed to build on Yeshua's foundation. All glory to Yeshua, to Yahweh.
Yo, it even has synonyms worldly. I thought that was just a Jehovah's Witness term.
Mm-mm.
Like they took
That's what
a
I thought
regular
too.
word that was, meant something else, and then they used it. But no, this is
That's exactly what I thought too.
so what. Once again, just like every religion, they tied. They no different.
They're not.
This goes way back.
Yes. You're gonna see, boy.
Separate
When a lot of
frequency.
this stuff starts sinking in, you gotta set yourself free, and man, we're gonna do this thing. See, each time we talk,
Yo, I'm
man,
about to put
we
everything
are
on
gonna,
blast, yo.
huh?
I want to
You
put.
better.
I gotta put it on blast.
We are, and that's what we're gonna do. We can't do it our way like we've been doing it. We gotta do it like you're saying to do it on podcast or whatever, radio, whatever the hell you're talking
Yeah, I
about.
mean, you got right now. You got it.
This is a dream. This is some. This is what's his name? Master P. All of these people. You remember they had their visions.
Yeah.
All right then. You gotta believe, brother. You got all the material. You just need me there.
Nah, you gotta. I gotta know. I gotta know and not believe.
What do you mean?
It's a Bob Marley Express. You know that song when he said, "Brothers, you should know and not believe," because they say to believe means to be
You
lied
got
to.
hope, faith. I mean,
To believe means to
to
you.
not know and even to know, believe. To believe is to know, right?
Nah, I mean, nah. It's either you know or you believe.
Know or you believe.
It's two different. I'm gonna look it up. Because I'm gonna start looking words up. But I just remember Bob Marley saying, "Brothers, you should know and not
Yeah,
believe,"
that makes a lot of sense.
because the word when you break it down be lied to. But I mean, I don't know that. I've heard somebody break
When
it
you
down
know,
like that.
when you know, you believe, but you say
Accept as
to
true,
know.
feel
When you
sure
know.
of the truth
How you
of.
put it? What did you say?
He said, "Brothers, you should know and not believe." Like in other words, you should want to seek
Oh,
you knowledge.
yes. Oh, I know what he's saying. Brother, you should know and not believe what they tell you.
Exactly.
That's right. You can't be sway.
Don't be afraid to ask questions.
Dead ass. Because that's when you miss out. He
So-
wants you to what? Do research.
Now, believe. This is what believe means. It says accept something as true, feel sure of the truth of. The
Yes.
superintendent believed Lancaster's story. In other words, she ain't had no proof, she just believed it. Accept the statement
right.
of someone as true. He didn't believe her or didn't want to know. Have faith, especially religious faith. Notice that it said religious faith. There are those on the fringes of the church who do not really believe, because that's what the religion, they want you to believe. Feel sure that someone is capable of a particular action. I wouldn't have believed it of Lois. What an extraordinary woman! Like especially if you read the Quran, really nails it. They really want you to believe, because they always talk about the non-believers and the disbelievers.
Yeah. And yet they don't take care of their people because they're not in their organization, their sect. What kind of crap is
It
that?
just doesn't originate with love. I mean, it doesn't. It's not teaching love. It's focusing on law and judgment, and
Yeah.
it sounds real dreadful when I
It
read
is.
it. That's why I
It
can't
is.
really
And that's why I know those
get the.
people, they're dark. You see how mean they are?
Yeah,
Muslims
just
are fucking mean as hell. They're ready to kill.
and usually,
Drop.
yeah, I know. It's like it's because of that strict. I don't know, that self-righteous mentality. Like that
That false God. That guy.
Elijah
They want
Muhammad.
to, yeah, Muhammad. Him. That's what he teaches them. That's their doctrine. That's another form of Judaism.
Hmm.
They're murderers, right? Were they the ones that
He
descent,
did.
right? It descended when they descended when they chose to go. I want to eat swine and all this extra crap.
Yeah.
You follow me? And just like
Yeah.
and see, look, he told us not to eat these foods for a reason. They're poisonous.
Yeah.
You follow me? But people
Exactly.
want to make it right. They want to make it right just because the vision, they use the vision that Peter had. He was using the man as an example. The, whatever he was,
Oh
captain.
yeah.
Um, they were using him because they viewed them as dogs.
Yeah. My mother is
Lowly
another
ones.
one
So,
that uses that scripture. Why it's okay to eat pork.
they use that vision there. Oh, you looking up that scripture? With the
Well, the
vision?
one you was talking about earlier with the circumcision, and then he was talking about how
Yeah.
the
That's the
even
one.
the
That's the
pig
vision
is
and
is
everything.
is sacred.
What's it under?
They try to use that as an excuse why it's okay to eat pork when it's like,
Yeah.
come on, really?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah. That's
I just recently made a breakthrough on the blood issue when it says you shouldn't eat blood. It wasn't talking about a blood transfusion.
no. Yes, it was everything.
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is I don't think that's just what it was talking about because I'm just gonna guess that blood transfusion wasn't popular when that was written, and that it was mostly talking about eating animals, eating flesh,
Nah,
blood.
I know, but that never bothered me. I knew in my spirit, he told me that was true. They got that right because you
No,
read
I'm not saying it's okay to have a blood transfusion. What I'm saying, because I ain't with that either. What I'm saying is it wasn't just talking about that. I think it was mainly focusing on the fact that like something that was more common for people to do was eat like flesh, animals, because
the blood period. Like
because
you're supposed to keep up the meat well done,
anything
not
that
eat
has
dead
blood.
ram. Huh?
So long as you cook it, it's okay.
Not the foul meat. I'm talking about the meat period. Period. You cook all the blood out of it. Listen, because he says, stay away from the blood. The blood is the life. Life is in the blood. You see? And which is factual. It's proven. All the ones who get the transfusion become that person or that thing. You eat enough of that thing, you become that thing.
Hmm.
That's fact. You follow me? That's
Yeah.
why everything they need blood. Any vaccine, anything they need blood. That's the life. Everything is in the blood. And he said, stay away. So that meant, damn right. Even transfusions, you don't need it. You need faith. Because I'm one of the, I'm a witness. I can attest to that.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
right.
I get that. I was just saying that
That's a fair warning.
what
He's
I'm
telling you.
saying is I feel like they use that as a scapegoat to eat meat.
Who?
The witnesses.
What do you mean to eat meat? They eat blood?
So you feel like it's okay for that we were meant created to eat meat when it
No,
says in
no,
the
we
it said
weren't. We
it was
weren't.
said plants were supposed to be for
He
food.
doesn't like the fact. He doesn't like that we like meat like that. Because you know what he did to those Israelites when they asked for quail for meat or meat period. When they wanted meat, they kept murmuring and crying for meat.
Yeah, and
You
then
know how
they ended
pissed
up
off he got?
choking off of the quail.
Huh?
Then he said, "Okay, y'all want meat here," and then they choked.
You know how they really described it? When he says 2 cubic feet. You know what cubic feet? You know what a cubic feet is? Foot is?
A cubic foot is that's big. That's
No,
like a
no.
you said
That's
it,
from the elbow to the tip of the hand.
the elbow to the tip of the hand, but
That's right.
cubic means like three is cubed. That's times.
A cubic foot, how they measured back in the day, is from the elbow, bottom of the elbow to the tip of the, from the elbow to the tip of the fingers.
But when you say cube, that's to the third power. Like a cube, like a box.
I'm telling you, is it to the third power?
That was the size of the quail.
Okay.
Is what you saying?
So
A cubic foot. It's like if you took a foot, right, and
Why
you
is it? Why does it
multiply it.
describe it's from? You
You
said by
you
the third
that's
power.
that's
It
12 by
doesn't say
12
that.
by 12. No, cubit. That's what cubit means. I just know
No,
because
how they measured it back in the day. This is that you talking about American shit. You talking about what? The
no,
UK
no, no,
shit?
no, 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 no. That's where we get our math system from. To this day, we still use cubic inches. Like you got square, and then you have cubic, and then you know that's three
And how
dimensional.
do you
A
measure?
cube.
How do you measure a cubic?
A cube is
Foot.
a box.
What's a cubic foot like?
Let's
What's it like?
a cube is a box, right? With equal sides. Like you can have so if it says a cubic foot, that means it's 12 by 12 by 12.
12 by 12. So
A
you're talking.
box that's 12 feet long, 12 feet wide, 12 feet in height.
Okay. So there's back in the day. Once again, when you read it, you'll find out for yourself how they measure it. When I looked it up, my research is
Yeah.
from the elbow to the tip of the fingers. That's how
Okay,
they
that's
measure
just a length. That's one length though. That's
a cubic foot, right? Right? That's what you said.
yeah.
You said by the third power. That wasn't what I read.
If you cube
Okay.
anything is by the third power is what I'm saying. Like if you was to translate it in mathematical terms, if you use the term cubic, that means it's three dimensional. When you use square,
Yeah.
that means it's flat, it's surface. When you use like, and then you have a line, right?
Okay. And that you said 12. And how many? And how?
What you're
Okay. You
describing
said
is
as
just a
far as
length.
you said to the third power, right? Right. It
Yeah.
was 2 cubic foot. So well, how much is that?
You said 2 cubic feet.
Feet.
Oh, that's big. That's a
Where?
that's
How?
that's like you take 2 feet, right?
Uh-huh.
Like the height or the length. See, you're right. That's the length of the box. But
Right.
remember, a box is cube.
Right.
So they're saying, well, if you're talking about the size of the quail, of course it's
No, not the quail itself.
what
That's how. That was the. You make me lose myself. That's how high the quail was. Let's say circling the people, or however they describe it in the Bible. You see,
oh
you read it, and I'm thinking like, okay, dang, 2 cubic feet. Okay, all right, that's one, and that's two. Because when you read it, I mean, well, you can figure it out, math. You can research in different books. I'm saying, wow, that's like, okay, from my elbow, 2 elbows, and I can see that around the people's legs. And he says the people was grabbing the quail, right, and eating it before it was even done, and then he killed them and named it. It was a funny name. You'll see when you read it. But see, my thing is like that's what I'm envisioning. But you're telling me times to the third power, right? I understand the cubic, yeah, by 12 by 12.
two
I'm
cubic
saying, but
feet.
we're talking about height. I'm not talking about as uh um
But I mean, what was the measurement for? Like, was it the size of something or
no, not the size of
the
the quail. It was the height of the quail. How I'm envisioning the quail,
the
you know what I
motion?
mean, encircling the people just around, just there,
Oh,
right
okay,
below
now
there.
I
You know
get
what I'm
it.
saying?
Yeah, that's
Just all around them,
what.
just encircling the people, and the people was just grabbing the quail, right, and doing their things, acting like animals.
Oh,
When
okay,
you read
okay.
it, you see what I'm talking about. I don't know. Maybe you're right. You said to the 12
Well, I
power.
mean,
Dang, that's a lot
basically,
of damn quail above the people.
basically 2 cubic feet. Whenever you use cubic, you're talking about three dimensions
Okay,
automatically.
I understand what you're saying. Where you're coming from that, right? I understand with that.
Yeah.
But I'm
So
just
maybe
saying
that's
this
just
like
talking
a
about the
measurement,
motion. It was moving
not
around.
cubes, but cubic feet. So a cube, 1 cube is like from the elbow, the height of a cube is from the elbow to the tip of my finger. So two of those, right? 2 cubic feet.
If I was to translate it, it says it's 2 cubic feet equals 14.961 U.S. liquid gallons. 14. That's about 15 gallons.
15 gallons. You said it weighs?
That
What's the height of it?
that's in volume. Let me change to
Yeah. Height, right?
volume. Hold on, length.
Yeah, length, something like that. Height, length would be pretty much, yeah.
But that's a component of a cube is length because a cube actually equals length times height times width.
Right.
And if it's cubic, then it's if it's 2 cubic feet. I know that 2 feet is equal to 24 inches. So or I mean, you could just say two times two, which is two times two, 8. I don't know. It depends on what
What
the
you say?
reference of.
What
It
did you
don't
say?
really. I don't get this thing. Hold on. If I do pressure, hold on. Man, I get one
Shit, I
foot.
like to know. I
I
like
get
to
1
envision
foot.
myself. I used to put myself there, man. It's like, wow,
It's
that's how mad he was. If I'm correct, now correct me if I'm wrong, but if he, man, that was wicked. He was mad. So yeah, I understand. That's how he feels about meat. We're not designed to eat meat, but he lets us eat it now. That's what he told Noah,
see
right?
right here. They have volume is 1 cubic foot, 12 to the third power, and then they got that comes to 1,728 cubic inches. Thus a
Cubic
two
inches.
Yeah, thus a 2 cubic foot box will contain. That's why I say box because when you think of cube,
Yeah.
that's what will
Yeah. So what was the
contain.
height of the box?
It's 2 feet. Remember,
Oh, it's 2 feet, right?
a cube is equal to
Yeah,
length
and
times.
that's about the length of from your elbow to the tip of your fingers.
Yeah,
About
I
two
mean
feet.
2 feet. Yeah,
Absolutely. So that's 20. Well, that's 2 feet, right? Which is
it's
that's
2 feet
24,
long.
40.
It's
Huh?
2 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 2 feet uh
24 times two.
high, and 2 feet
48.
high, and 2 feet
48
high,
inches.
and 2 feet high. Remember, it's length times width times height. I just noticed because I took a class where that's all we did was study
But
units
that's
and
within the cube itself. That's the diameter with like length time, width time,
cube is a
height.
dimension.
That's
Cube is the
it's
third dimension. That's three. That's when you talk about 3 dimensions. You got two
right.
dimensions, then you got 3 dimensions. We live in a 3 dimensional world. So when you use cube, you're referring to the 3 dimensions. When you say square, you referring to 2 dimensions. When you just say length, that's just a line. That's just how long
Okay,
something is.
the length of a cube.
Or
So
or
the
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 yeah.
length of a cube. I don't know. This you when you read it, and that's how it described it in the Bible. That's what I'm saying. The
The
length of the cube,
what was it
which is two
describing?
feet, right? Huh?
What was that describing is what I'm saying. Like
The height of the birds, how high the birds were
that's how
encircling the
basically
people.
that's how that's how big they were then. God. They were saying
No,
that
no.
that's
What?
the
No,
height.
look, no, look. Read it for yourself.
You mean how high they were flying? Is
Yes, how high they were flying around the people.
so they was just flying around their heads, just circling them.
Encircling it from the ground. It says from the ground. It depicts it just like that. From the ground. From the ground to the length of 2 cubic, whatever, feet. That's 48 inches. And I can see it.
The most so it
Just
was
encircling the people
this
between
was the
it, right?
calculation of the motion of the birds.
Huh?
I still
I'm not
don't know
sure.
what I said. So this is the calculation for like the way the birds were moving, since it's not the size of the birds. Like when you say 2 cubic feet, like you got 2 cubic feet
It's
bags,
not the
two
size of
cube.
the bird. Not the size of the bird. It's not the size of the bird. From the ground, two cube, length of 2 cubes, cubic feet, however you want to put it, 48 inches. They point?
Yeah. Let me.
And I don't know what scripture. It's a funny name. I was just trying to think of it.
Israelites. It was the Israelites, right?
Yeah.
Oh, what about what's the
When
name
they
of the
first
bird? The
started,
kale.
it starts with a K. I think it starts with a K.
The
They
name of the
named it
bird.
after that. Let's say quail,
Quail.
or let's see, maybe
I don't even know how
um,
to spell quail, man. Israelites.
eating meat, or let's see.
Exodus, Absurdities, Part 3. Okay, they about to say this. Let us figure a bit on this astonishing fall of quails and see how far figures which do not lie may be an aid or blah blah blah. I don't know what he talking about. A Bible cubit is 22 inches. 2 cubits are therefore 44 inches. A biblical day's journey,
Yeah,
according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, is 44,815 meters.
so 4 inches.
I don't get. This ain't really telling me about the quail.
What? You're in the index, right?
Nah, it's just a
So
website.
look up quail in the index.
I'm trying to
Let's see.
find the.
Oh,
Oh, you talking about
what?
in the Bible?
A cubit. Okay, I got you. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the root word, that word keyword that was
Okay, here we
listed.
go. This is the scripture. Do they let you click to? Okay, yeah. Now the people complained about their hardships in the hearing of the Lord, and when he heard them, his anger was aroused. And fire from the Lord burned among them and consumed some of the outskirts of the camp. When the people cried out to Moses, he prayed to the Lord, and the fire died down, so that the place was called Taberah, because fire from the Lord had burned among them. The rap. Hold on. Where does it get to the?
No, it says no. This is about eating
Hold on, let
meat.
me go back.
Israelites eating meat. God's wrath. Put that in.
All right.
Israelites eating meat. God's wrath. Perfect.
Let's see. Numbers 11. GW. The people of Israelite demand meat. Oh, I was in the right spot. I just had to keep going.
Mm.
When the Israelite had a strong craving for other kinds of food, even the Israelites started crying out again and said, "If only we had meat to eat. Remember all the free fish we ate in Egypt and the cucumbers, watermelons, leeks, onions, and garlic we had? But now we've lost our appetite. Everywhere we look, there's nothing but manna. Manna was small like coriander seeds and looked like re- resin, resin, resin. The people would go around and gather it, then grind it in a hand mill, crush it into mortar." Let's skip to the part where
That's a lie.
Moses heard people from every family crying. The Lord answered Moses, "Bring me 70 Israelite men." What the hell is
Wait,
all of this?
did you miss it? What happened to the quail part? I
That's
mean,
what I'm
the
looking
eating.
for. Maybe I missed it.
Yeah, this thing is. I don't know. What are you on the computer?
Yeah, I'm looking. Let me look it up in the
Well, yeah,
Bible.
look at it in the
Numbers
index
11.
in the old Bible.
Let me look
The
it up.
old Bible, the first Bible, not their new Bibles.
I don't have the old Bible.
Oh, but it still should be in the new ones. Meat. Israelites eat meat, whatever meat.
It was in Numbers chapter 11.
Huh? Oh yeah. Okay. You got it.
I just
Yeah, you just read it.
it's a lengthy. trying to get to the quell part so I can. Now the people began to complain bitterly before Jehovah. When Jehovah heard it, his anger flared, and the fire from Jehovah began to blaze against them and to consume some of the outskirts of the camp. When the people began to cry out to Moses, he made supplications to Jehovah, and the fire died out. So that place was given the name Taberah, because of a fire from Jehovah had blazed against them. The mixed crowd who were in their midst then expressed selfish longing, and the Israelites too began to weep again and say, "Who will give us meat to eat? How fondly we remember the fish that we used to eat without cost in Egypt, also the cucumbers and the watermelons and the leeks, the onions and the garlic. But now we are withering away. We see nothing at all except this manna." Incidentally, the manna was like coriander seed, and it looked like bdellium gum, something like that. Bdellium gum. The people who spread out and pick it up and grind it in hand mills or pound it in a mortar. They then they would boil it in cooking pots or make it into round loaves, and it tasted like an oiled sweet cake. When the dew descended on the camp by night, the manna would also descend on it. Moses heard the people weeping, family after family, each man at the entrance of his tent. And Jehovah became very angry, and Moses was also very displeased. Then Moses said to Jehovah, "Why have you afflicted your servant? Why have I not found favor in your eyes, so that you put the burden of all this people on me?" Did I conceive all this people? Did I give birth to them, so that you should tell me, "Yo, this dude is talking so arrogant"?
I'm telling you, man.
Did I give birth to them? Like, he's being sarcastic.
Yeah, you little bitch. Okay.
So that you should tell me, "Carry them in your bosom, just as an attendant carries the nursing child to the land that you swore to give to their forefathers." From where will I get meat to give to all these people? For they keep weeping before me, saying, "Give us meat to eat." I am not able to bear all these people by myself. It is too much for me. If this is how you are going to treat me, please kill me right now. If I have found favor in your eyes, do not make me see any more calamity.
You see that?
Dang.
So dramatic, wasn't he?
Dang.
That dude was extra.
Either that or these people really was a pain.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he didn't have to be like
so
that.
Dramatic, dude. You just went in on him like he's the worst in the world with the people. Hey, hold up. You didn't read the part about the quail, what he did.
Okay. Jehovah replied to Moses, "Gather for me 70 men from the elders of Israel, men who you recognize as elders and officials of the people, and take them to the tent of meeting and have them stand there with you. I will come down and speak with you there, and I will take away some of the spirit that is on you and place it on them, and they will help you." Hold on, this ain't it.
That ain't it.
Who will certainly give you meat, and you will eat. You will eat not 1, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, nor 10
Till it
days,
come out of your nostrils.
but for a whole month of days, until it comes out of your nostrils, and it has become loathsome to you. For you rejected Jehovah, who is in your midst, and you were weeping before him, saying, "Why is it that we have come out of Egypt?"
He said 70 of them.
Sanctify yourselves for tomorrow, for you will certainly eat meat, because you have wept in Jehovah's hearing and have said, "Who will give us meat?"
Maybe Quell will take you to it.
People, I am among numbers 600. I think it just didn't get to that part.
No, it's the one.
Because
There
they,
were different occasions.
enough for the whole month of days. If whole flocks and her herds are slaughtered, be enough for them? Or if all the fish of the sea were caught, would it be enough for them? Jehovah then said to Moses, "Is the hand of Jehovah too short? Now you will see whether what I say will happen to you or not. So it didn't happen yet.
What?
The quail.
Can you get to it? Do you know
I'm
where it
looking
is?
for it. I'm looking for it. It's in this chapter somewhere. It's lengthy. Then a wind from Jehovah sprang up and began driving quail from the sea and causing them to fall around the camp. See, Moses didn't believe him. He's like, well, where you gonna get all this meat from? You gonna feed them that kind of meat? Well, let me know where. Okay. So that's when the wind came, causing them to fall around the camp about a day's journey on this side and a day's journey on the other side, all around the camp, and they were about 2 cubits deep on the ground. Oh,
You see?
now I get what he's saying.
Yeah, just imagine that. That was wicked, right?
It was a lot of quail.
And
They
how
were
he-
basically
how you just-
they was just basically buried in quail.
Yes. My phone is about to die too. Did you hear
Yeah,
it? I don't know if you heard it.
Yeah,
But anyway, we're gonna talk. We're gonna chop it up until we get until
yeah.
it dies. But anyway, yeah. Do you see what I'm saying?
So all that day, all that night, and all the next day, the people stayed up and gathered the quail. No one gathered less than 10 homers, and they kept spreading them all around the camp for themselves. Greedies.
Could you
But
imagine that?
I remember what happened to them. They choked off of it.
Yeah. No, he killed him.
That's how they
I don't
died,
remember
though.
what he said, how he said he killed him. He just said that, I don't remember exactly what he said. It says he killed him, and they named it. I think it was a K word. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't know. These are the stories that stuck with me the most.
Wow.
Let's go ahead. And
Yeah,
see, when you
somebody
read it,
got
you just
struck
refresh
with
my memory.
leprosy. Yeah, I haven't read this in a while. I gotta study the Bible now.
It's fun, yo. It's the greatest
haven't
book
done-
ever, man.
I haven't done this because see I was being blocked. But
That's
yeah,
it.
I'm gonna let you go cause your phone. Plus I gotta get some rest.
Yeah, get some rest, brother. All right, man. We good.
All right,
One.
one. Oof, that was a long one. So that was a long one. I don't even know if YouTube is gonna record that. I should record that on mine.